Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Tonight we conclude this book study of the mystical Qabalah by reading the section titled Editorial Update. And here we get some further expanded information on the Tree of Life system and the components therein. So, welcome to the live stream. Hope you're having a great night. Let's get to some occult study. Let's get to some learning here. All right, editorial update. Actually, I gotta angle this a little bit differently. Yeah, that'll be better. All right, editorial update. The Mystical Cabal was first published almost 50 years ago, and it remains probably the finest basic exposition of the principles of the Kabbalah. In preparing this edition, the editors, members of the society founded by the author, have taken the opportunity to bring up to date the transliteration of Hebrew, to correct some of the inaccuracies in the text, to make a few additions and changes to the lists at the beginning of the chapters on the Sephirah, and to introduce some new material which follows this editorial. In connection with the transliteration of Hebrew into English, the author's position is clearly stated on page 7 in paragraph 3, and the editors are similarly placed. There are many variants, however. Dr. I.R.M. Boyd of the Department of Jewish Studies, Victoria College, Victoria, Australia, has been kind enough to give much helpful advice and guidance in the matter. And following his suggestions, some amendments have been made in the text. In any case, since Hebrew has no formal standardized vowel system, there can be many different transliterations. Much work has been done on the Tree of Life and the Sephiroth within the Society of the Inner Light, and some extracts from their papers are included here as a supplement in the hope that they will be of help to students. The holy guardian angel mentioned in the chapters on Tifereth, Netzach, and Malkuth is said to correspond with the higher self. Hmm, That's good information to have remembered, if you didn't know that already. The holy guardian angel corresponds with the higher self. Of course, we know that. The present view of that angel is, among the concepts held in the consciousness of the Creator, is one of the function of evolution of humanity. And as each human unit or spirit has its part to play in this, every unit has its individual contact with the overall concept. And if you're familiar with elemental forces and tatwas and all that, that point of contact that they're talking about, we could say is the Akashic aspect. The Akashic aspect. Peace and greetings to everybody here. Peace, peace, Sly. Cosmic Traveler, peace and greetings. 9 Volta, peace, peace. Fat Tony, peace, all is well. Pablo X69, wholeness and compassion. Peace, peace to you. Mastermind is on time. Peace, peace. Welcome back. It's been forever. So we're talking about the higher self, the holy guardian angel, it being the point of contact with the beyond. But we'll see what they said. The point of contact. They said the present view of that angel is among the concepts held in the consciousness of the Creator is one of the function and evolution of humanity. And as each human unit or spirit has its part to play in this, every unit has its individual contact with the overall concept. Everyone is connected to this holy guardian angel, this higher self. In other words, there is an individual application of the overall concept for every human spirit. These are called the holy guardian angels. From one point of view, they equate with each spirit's realization of its particular work of destiny. From another, they equate with the divine idea of the same thing. From yet another, they equate with the individual contact of each spirit with God and God with each spirit. People have been aware of them in various ways, but for all they frequently manifest as conscience. That's a big one right there. One of the main keys of my Elemental Magic Mastery System course is developing thorough contact, means of contact with this exact aspect of self, this higher self, this holy guardian angel. It's the Akashic element. It's the Akashic element. Wraith 636. Peace, peace. Rose of Flame, peace. We smoking that tree of life. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a rough and ready division of the human being into spirit, soul, and body. In the society, the soul and body were formerly known as the higher and lower self, or individuality and personality. Now, and in these extracts from the society's papers, they are referred to as evolutionary and incarnationary personality. The first comprising of the first comprising aspects of Chesed, Geburah, and Tifereth, that's the astral triangle, and the second aspects of Netzach, Had, Yasad, and Malkuth. That's the lower part of the tree. So moving forward, when they mention personality, the evolutionary personality, that's going to be the higher self. This is going to be the aspect of consciousness that is centered around Chesed, Geburah, and Tifereth. And of course, the incarnationary personality, that's going to be the lower self. Had, Netzach, Yasad, and Malkuth. Our present understanding of the fall into matter is as follows. So this is a big central piece of this whole philosophy here. Spirit is pure being, an individual center of potentiality in God. Spirit is the source of all its manifestations. Manifestation meaning the effect of positive pressure. We know that as Rajas. Underlying yet transcending these manifestations while being to some degree independent of them. So in other words, when we talk about spirit, right? Spirit is pure unconditioned consciousness. At least that's what we get from the East. Pure unconditioned consciousness. What is conditioned consciousness? Conditioned consciousness is um, elemental forces moving and attempting to find harmony and balance. But the thing is, the consciousness is conditioned through the elements, right? So this is where you get personality and your body and your habits and nature and everything that you know of. All that is conditioned consciousness because it's behaving through the elements. Unconditioned consciousness is pure consciousness with no tampering of any other force. So this is the highest, purest degree of consciousness. That's called spirit. Now, spirit is an individual center of potentiality in God. So, in other words, there's a state of existence even higher than pure unconditioned consciousness. Okay, and we know that because the tree isn't the beginning of everything. That's just the beginning of manifestation. Because behind the tree, you've got the triple veils of darkness, the Ein Sof, R, which is basically pure motion, pure non-motion, and pure totality. So that would be closer to what we would actually call God. But in any case, that God has many potentialities. One of those potentialities is spirit. And spirit is where we start to manifest within the tree. All right, so anyway, spirit is pure being, an individual center of potentiality in God. Spirit is the source of all its manifestations. So anything that has manifested from spirit, which is every single thing that we know of, the source of all these manifestations that we experience in life is spirit. So spirit is at the center of everything, right? And look what she says here, manifestation meaning the effect of positive pressure. Like I said, we know that as rajas. Um, Samkhya, this ancient Vedic philosophy, tells us that Prakriti, which is Mother Nature, which is the matrix, which is existence, they called her Prakriti. And what Prakriti is the three gunas. The three gunas are these three primordial, ancient, intrinsic forces that literally everything is comprised of. And those three forces are um, basically positive pressure, negative pressure, and a harmony of those two that is more than the sum. So purity, electricity, and magnetism. Basically, you could say those three forces. Those three forces are called Prakriti. They are called the matrix. They are the base code of existence. So when we talk about spirit and we talk about unconditioned consciousness, there's a state where things were still, things were in complete harmony and complete balance. But because within the balance, there's a potentiality for electric, positive, masculine motion, and the potentiality for magnetic, negative, feminine motion. Because the potentiality exists, that means at some point, the balance will be upset. In this particular case, we're looking at the tree of life. The force that upset the balance this time was Rajas, the masculine electric positive force. We know that because the first emanation from Kether is Hakma, which is the divine masculine force. In any case, no matter what the equation is right now, whether it's more Rajas, more Tamas, or more Sattva, no matter what the equation is, all three are always present. And in that very same way, spirit is always present in literally everything. Everything that can be cognized, can be seen, can be heard, smelled, touched, thought of. At the center of all of it, spirit exists because we're made out of it. So look, manifestation meaning the effect of positive pressure, Rajas, underlying yet transcending these manifestations, right? So spirit is behind all manifestation, and it's also above, underlying yet transcending these manifestations while being to some degree independent of them. So not only is spirit behind everything and also above everything, it's also independent of everything. Very abstract, but it makes sense when you think about it, when you study it, when you meditate on it. Big Mama Zara, peace and greetings. Big Mama Zara says, peace, Trav. I'm officially a certified hypnotherapist now. Thank you for pointing us to NLP. I took it and ran with it, LOL. Much appreciation. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's great to hear. I'm glad that you were able to find a way to express your passion and run with it. That's great. I wish you much, much, much success in all of your helping and healing others and yourself. That's awesome. Rosa Flame says, thanks again for all the work you put into sharing these studies with all, Trav. Blessings to you. Thank you. Thank you. Gerald Soundbright, peace, peace. Hey, Trav, glad to catch you live. Peace all. Peace, peace. Good to see you, Gerald Soundbright. All right, so that was an explanation of sorts because honestly, this stuff can go extremely deep, but you know, this group attempted to simplify it as much as they can. So let's keep it that way. With the exercise of will, eminence becomes a factor. The spirit acquires the ability to become eminent and part of the manifestation. That's the effect of Rajas on Sattva. I'm 100% sure all of you remember the three gunas. You remember Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. So understand that these are three ultimate forces, right? Neither of them are greater or worse than the other. These are the three ultimate forces of existence. There's nothing past them. There's nothing beyond them. They are the very foundation of the fabric of existence. That's how deep the gunas go. There's nothing past the gunas. Well, no thing is past the gunas. Anyways, to think of the gunas, like I said, they are three ultimate forces. They're not anything specifically, but they are the direction of motion, you could say, the direction of pressure. Dion Fortune in this book said God is pressure. And I've meditated on that for years, and it finally started to make sense when considering the gunas. Because when we look at Samkhya, we talk about this duality, which is Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha, we could say, would be consciousness. And not simply consciousness as your mind and your thoughts, but this very subtle, like what she's talking about here, spirit, this subtle life beingness that exists in everything. But at the same time, like she said, uh, it is also independent of everything. So that's Purusha. And on the other side, we've got Prakriti. Prakriti, like I said, is nature, is the matrix, it is existence, it is Binah. Technically, it's the whole tree. But Prakriti, what Prakriti is, that's like an umbrella term for those three forces. Now, those three forces are locked into each other. They're not separate forces. It's like a three-sided coin, if you will. Like a coin has two sides and you can't pull one off the other. Imagine if there's like a three-sided coin. That's the gunas, and that is what all the ones and zeros is of this program. So at some point, that little guna can be turned to sattva or rajas or tamas, depending on what combination it is. That's how we start getting manifestation. If you don't have the text, grab a book called Samkhya Darshan by the good Swami Nirnanjananda Saraswati. Samkhya Darshan. All right. Now eminent, the spirit can see itself as a manifesting being with a drive to manifest the will of God, which on the spirit transcendent level is one and the same as the will of the spirit. How can we say that? Like, how can we speak of the will of God, right? Because when we're talking about the occult, we are not talking about superstition, religion, or any hocus pocus. We're talking about abstract science. right? We're talking about abstract mathematics. So nothing is left up to maybe and woo. Like we're talking about, we're trying to be specific about things that uh, aren't specific, so to speak. So when we're talking about the will of God, we're not talking about a person or a personality and their plans for the universe. We're talking about the behavior of laws of existence. So if spirit is unconditioned consciousness, right? It's coming from that state of pure unconditioned consciousness. And it is influenced by the Rajasic force, it's still consciousness, right? It's been tampered with a little bit, but it still holds within it, you could say, the blueprints for harmony, the blueprints for balance. That's what the will of God is. The will of God is um, this inevitable state of harmony and balance, because everything will return to harmony and balance. Give it time. That's the will of God. And since spirit is just now coming from that highest state, it still retains those blueprints for harmony. So now, immanent, the spirit can see itself as a manifesting being with a drive to manifest the will of God, which on the spirit transcendent level is one and the same as the will of the spirit. Rose of Flame says fortune in the tarot. Yes, the Wheel of Fortune in the tarot. Good call. Once the God centered spirit starts to exercise the gift of free will so as to manifest the will of God more directly, it is easy to see how this capability can be delegated onto its own self. How can it be done? Becomes, how can I do it? So the focus almost innocently shifts from God centeredness to self centeredness. So right here, she's talking about the transition between Kether and Hakma, right? It goes from how can it be done to how can I do it, right? Because self awareness is a degradation from unity, isn't it? Self awareness being Kether, excuse me, unity being Kether, self awareness being a vibration down into Hakma. So instead of unity and oneness, the next vibration down, which is Hakma, now consciousness is conditioned and now it becomes self aware. Why is self awareness a degradation from unity? Because now there is a distinct awareness of other, of self and other. That's why it's a degradation. Because before it was unity, now it's self and other. That's what self aware means, which inevitably creates a third. And that's how the tree of life was formed. So let's keep going. How can it be done becomes how can I do it? Right? So Kether becomes Hakma. Sly says, and then Binah would be embodied. Yeah, yeah. Binah is so if Kether is the unity, the next step that happens is self-awareness. So self-awareness means there is self and the thing that self is aware of. There's self and there's the thing that self is aware of. So there we have Hakma and Bina. Bina being the thing that self is aware of. And see, now Kether becomes a completely different state. There is self, which is Hakma, and there is aware, which is Bina, separated. But if things were to go in reverse and change, then that self-awareness would transcend into a unity again. So that, and basically this is what yoga talks about. This is what Dharana Darshan talks about. When you sit down and you meditate, the meditator and the thing meditated on become one. So when you meditate and you practice doing that, what you're practicing is you're training your consciousness to go back to unity. Now, I would think that that's pretty useful especially considering one day this body will no longer be working. So it would help to kind of know your way around. So the focus shifts innocently from God centeredness to self centeredness. The stories of the fall in Genesis, of Pandora's box, and elsewhere demonstrate this falling away from God centeredness to self centeredness. Nadraj Ram, peace and greetings. Everybody good? We following, we tracking? How many people read this already? I mean, it's been long enough, right? So the archangel of Kether, Metatron, is said to have given the Kabbalah to man. This means that he sent through an idea chart of evolution, which was imprinted on the essential self and through meditation brought down to the lower mind, i.e., that of the incarnationary personality. So that's what I meant. That's what I was talking about. Um, when they talk about spirit, knowing the will of God and performing the will of God, it's not a person somewhere with plans. The will of God is the intrinsic blueprint of harmony. It's a pattern, it's a blueprint, and it comes imprinted on the highest levels of unconditioned consciousness. So when it's said that Metatron gave the Kabbalah to man, right? He sent through an idea chart of evolution, which was imprinted on the essential self, the spirit, Purusha, and through meditation brought down to the lower mind, the ego, the lower self, the incarnationary personality. So, like what I mentioned about Duranda Darshan, it talks about the true definition of meditation is when the observer and the observed become one and the same, when there's no difference. Because you immediately pass go and you go straight to that Kether state. That's your awakening, that's your enlightenment. When you become aware of that unity, when you realize that unity, you literally go to that realm where the will of God exists, where those blueprints are, right? And because it takes a different order of consciousness to not only maintain that state, but to also retain the data that you see there, right? It takes training to be able to translate that information, to carry that information back, to even stay in that state longer than a split second. This is why it's a meditation practice. That's why people do this for decades, right? So with the ancient spiritual documents, it's not that some guy wanted to make rules and wrote the shit down. It was people who conditioned and trained themselves to be able to handle that level of expanded consciousness and to bring the information back so that other people can learn from it and grow from it. That's how the spiritual path started. People who are able to attain that unity and translate what they saw, translate what they experienced in that state. So that's what it means when it says that Metatron gave the Kabbalah to man. He sent through that idea chart, that intrinsic blueprint that is written on every uh, one and zero of the matrix. It's written on every atom, every quark. Gotta have the eyes to see it, though, right? Rosa Flame says, "Who else messed up bad in life and found yourself praying like, please God, I will carry out your will, please." Yeah, man. Been there a few times. You get to a spot where that stuff is just funny because of your level of understanding. Right, right. But it's good, you know. I'm sure that those experiences have helped some people shape up and be a better version of themselves. Language, as we understand it, is not used by non-human entities, but great concepts can be received from them by telepathy and translated into language by human beings. This is what channeling is, right? If you're somebody who actually does this work, you have a consistent experience where you're channeling. You'll go deep into meditation. You'll make contact with some force, whether it's primordial or extraterrestrial, right? You'll make contact with some force, and if you can move your ego out of the way, you'll begin to receive transmission. And the more that you do it, the easier it becomes to sense and feel and detect what it is that you're communicating with. Now, essentially, I said at the root of existence, there's only three angles of force. There's Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. You'll feel the pull of the tamasic force, and that's typically coming from your body. That's typically coming from the chemical reactions in your body, from your memories, from nature itself, right? These patterns that are set, right? That are built up out of the past. That's the tamasic force. And the primordial ancient force of Tamas speaks through those channels, especially if you can listen. Not necessarily bad, but that's the serpent force. That's the dragon force. That's the dragon current. It comes from the tamasic aspect of reality. That's why the serpent and the dragon current is typically seen coming out of the earth. And then the extraterrestrial current, we could say, would be the Rajasic aspect. So if you're channeling, you might think that it's angels, you might think that it's ascended masters or higher beings, but you're getting a communication from a less conditioned consciousness than your own. This could be the higher self, this could be something beyond the higher self. But typically, these communications don't happen in English, they happen in symbols and concepts. And it's your job to start to break them down and write them down, translate them. That way you can make use of them. It's also very important to keep a balance of those two. One is not superior to the other. Harmony is the name of the game, especially on this here middle path. Elah, peace and greetings. Welcome back. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, from Thomas, check on that. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The serpent, the ancient. You got your atavistic forces and you got your extraterrestrial forces from beneath and from beyond. And here we are at the very center. What most of us do is, you could say we're like pawns, but it's bigger than that, right? We play as the gray area. We are the balance between those two forces. It's not good versus evil, right? That's elementary school understanding. These two forces, this earth force, this atavistic serpent dragon current, right? That's the tamasic force. And then there's the, you could say, extraterrestrial light consciousness, these light beings or whatever. They're not the good guys. It's a trinity because you're there too. And when I say you, I don't mean your ego, your personality, and who you think you are. I mean that aspect of spirit, right? That aspect of spirit that's dormant, that's quiet, that's behind. And you're seeking to find that aspect of yourself and make that aspect of yourself the headquarters of your operations. Because otherwise, the headquarters of your operations are your habits, your memories, your culture, your beliefs, and all those things belong to the elements, the serpent force, the dragon force. This is why the devil is often blamed when a person can't resist temptation, because this temptation is coming from the elemental forces. The elemental forces are coming from matter, tamas. Yeah, there's no avoiding going on these tangents. So, all that came from this. Language as we understand it is not used by non human entities, those extraterrestrial forces or those primordial atavistic forces, right? They don't use English. Great concepts can be received from them by telepathy and translated into language by human beings. So, walking this path does involve becoming more sensitive. Most people are dull. They're dull and they only respond to the body's impulses. But when you begin your spiritual practice, when you meditate, when you refine your senses, when you refine your awareness, you can start analyzing and observing separations. What do I mean by that? You think about me. Who am I? Right? You're not one person. You're not one thing. You are a constellation of forces. Your physical body has its own language. It speaks in chemicals. It doesn't speak in English. It speaks in chemicals. So depending on what's going on with your body, it's communicating with you all the time. It's telling you I need food. It's telling you I want to have sex. It's telling you I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. It's always talking to you. But you wouldn't make the mistake of saying that's me when you realize that it's literally moving on its own accord. The same thing can be said about your ego, your personality. When you go to work, you're one person. When you're with your parents at the family reunion, you're one person. When you're with your lover, you're a different person. When you're with your kids, you're a different person. You wear all these masks depending on the situation. So we can't say that the ego is you. It's just composed of a bunch of different masks. But there's something wearing that mask, right? So what I'm saying is the more that you pay attention to yourself, the more that you refine your sensitivity and your awareness to what's really going on in life, you'll start to hear these small voices, right? And just imagine if you keep going in that direction, if you keep listening, you keep observing the patterns, keep being able to identify, okay, this is coming from there, this is coming from here, this is that, this is that. The more that you do that, the more that you'll start to see that there's even bigger currents, bigger movements, bigger communications going on. Talk about the collective unconscious. You talk about memetics, memetic magic, right? There's all sorts of things that are going on in this massive soup, this cosmic soup of life. But if you're what the magus does, right? What a spiritual person, whatever the word is, what we do is we're able to identify these things. We're able to track. That's what astrology is all about. In any case, the more that you develop that, the more that you'll be able to experience these communications with these non-human entities. It's part of the whole system. It's not something like special and oh wow, it's supposed to happen. So words can never be more than approximate. Their adequacy depending on the development and ability of the receiver. That's what I just talked about. And his or her conditioning by the cultural background of the time. So when you get a download, you can try to translate it into English, but you're going to be limited by your personal development, right? Are you actually doing the work or are you just pretending? And you're also going to be limited by how attached you are to society, to culture, right? How much you try to fit in, how much your mind is conditioned by whatever's popular today. Those two things are what prevents clear downloads. Because what happens is you'll get a download, but you'll start to translate it based on insufficient, an insufficient library of correspondences, right? You might not be able to interpret the symbols right because you don't have a collection of symbols. And you might also misinterpret stuff based on what's going on in the world, right? You might get a download and then think it's about Donald Trump or think it's about some musician or some, you know what I mean? You might attribute it to what's actually happening in the mainstream world. And you see that all the time, right? People try to connect pop culture to spirituality. But the truth of the matter is, these forces are beyond all that. Right, right. Humanity and culture, it's a little game that we play to keep ourselves busy. It comes and it goes. But the truth remains in the background, always standing tall. Anthropomorphic forms of angels and archangels come from the human mind. More appropriate forms might be pillars of vast force or geometrical shapes in line with the basic nature of the Sephirah involved. Kabbalistic method scores over other esoteric development schemes by unfolding man's makeup more in line with that of the great being whose child he is. So the spheres of becoming, derived from the primary God name, Eheye, Aser, Eheye, I am becoming that which I am becoming. The spheres of becoming are recapitulated in man and parallel the major outlines of creation. The king is chosen in Tifereth, defends his kingdom in Geburah, and is finally anointed in Chesed. Notice how the king is all three of those. They're not three separate kings. Remember, the Sephirah are states, not places. Definitely not people. The king is chosen in Tifereth, the state of Tifereth. He defends his kingdom in the state of Geburah, and he's finally anointed in the state of Chesed. It is important to constantly remember that the tree of life expresses the gradual unfoldment of Kether, Eheye, the becoming. This system of unfoldment, of becoming, starts in man at his Kether center before working down from there as his spiritual faculties awaken and develop, while at the same time his psychological faculties develop by working the way up from his Yasod center. His inbuilt drive to manifest his creative expression finds an outlet in earth. Hmm? Okay, well, let's rock with it. Archetypal man can be seen as standing with the earth under his feet and the sky above his head, and the lion of force of the middle pillar descending straight through from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. Middle pillar. The Sephiroth on the middle pillar comes from the centers. And you know, you really don't choose what path you're on. You can only realize what path you're on. Regardless of what you say you are what you actually are. You're either an agent of Sava, an agent of Thomas, or an agent of Rajas. And that's exemplified by your effect upon reality. What is your overall effect upon reality? What is the outcome of you existing? Do you have a tamasic influence on reality? Do you have a rajasic influence on reality? Do you have a sattvic aspect, a sattvic influence on reality? That's what determines what path you are. Now, see, the science of the left hand path is a thorough breakdown of how to be the best agent of Thomas. Just like the right hand path is a breakdown of how to be the best agent of Rajas. And of course, the middle pillar path, which hardly anyone ever talks about, discusses how to be the very best agent of Sava. So that says, if Sephirah are states of consciousness, are the paths, the transition from one to another. Like between Geburah and Chesed, the strength card is at the transition between both states, would you say? Absolutely. I would definitely say that. I think that's a great way to look at the paths, the transition period in between those states. Yes. Phoenix Wolfette, peace and greetings. Glad to have you here. Veronica, hey Veronica, peace and greetings. I hope you're having a good evening. I love you, Veronica. How are you, family? I'm doing pretty well. Um, yeah, doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. How are you? Joe Thornbright says, "Is Shiva connected to Tamas?" Yes, Shiva is can be seen as the god of Tamas, the god of Tamas. And when I say God of Tamas, I mean like he is the representative of ultimate Tamas, ultimate Tamas. Just like what was said here, Sattva, purity, balance, harmony, equilibrium. It was offset by positive pressure. Yeah, that's what she said. Manifestation, meaning the effect of positive pressure. I actually like that. I'm gonna highlight it. So positive pressure, like I said, that was Rajas. So Vishnu in his dreaming, sleeping state, and that's what these mythologies are all about. There are cosmic forces that we've come to understand that are what make the universe tick, that what makes existence tick. They're very difficult to just explain. So the best way that we found is through describing these forces through metaphor. And that's where all these gods come from. And the stories of these gods explain these cosmic forces. Um, Vishnu dreaming, that's Sattva. Brahma creating the universe, that's that positive pressure. Now, see, Shiva is yet to come. Shiva is the ultimate end of this reality. We've had Vishnu's experience, we've had Raja's experience, and at this point, we're realizing the Shiva experience. And it's that experience that will bring everything back to Sattva once again. And you'll see this talked about when they talk about the days and the nights of Brahman, right? Because in this particular instance, this day of Brahman, it was Rajas that offset the balance. So this is the kind of universe we have. When it goes back into harmony again, it's going to flow again into the night of Brahman. So it's going to be Shiva first. It's going to be Tamas first. So it'll be an inverted. We can't even imagine how it would be, but it cycles through like that, on and off, like a gigantic breath and exhale. And again, there's the three. The- So when I say that the gunas, these three cosmic forces, are at the center of literally everything, that's what I mean. You will find their pattern expressed on every describable level of existence. That's why even beyond Kether, you have the triple veils, Ein Sof, Ein Sofar, which line up exactly with the three gunas once again. Even in the cosmic doctrine, which talks about the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not. When she described those in that book, that extremely abstract, high level, advanced occult text, when she described the beginning, that triple blackness, it was nothing but motion, motion in the void. And it perplexed me for a long time, right? Because after all my studies, right, from Kabbalah to Samkhya, I could never figure out, from what I read, I could never figure out why did the stillness move? Because when you reduce all the way back down to the beginning, what you have is in the beginning there was stillness, and then suddenly the stillness moved. But nobody ever said why. Like why? Why did suddenly, you know, consciousness interact with matter? Why did suddenly Purusha interact with Prakriti? Why didn't they just stay harmonized Like what happened? And instead of trying to make something up, I just meditated on it. And it took me a very long time to realize that motion is inherent in the stillness. So when we talk about stillness, and I had to see this in one of those downloads I talked about from the higher planes, the extraterrestrial, whatever. I had to see this in a vision. The stillness is full of motion. It's in there as potential. It's almost like a gigantic ocean that is swirling in such perfect harmony that the movement can't even be sensed. It's almost like you're floating in an ocean that's moving, but the moving is so harmonious, you wouldn't, it doesn't even, you can't even feel it. You can't observe it. So it's like perfect motion that has been harmonized, that has been balanced and brought to an equilibrium. That's what the stillness was, which means that inevitably that movement will start to get offset and then chaos happens. It's a rhythm and a pattern. It goes from stillness to movement, to stillness to movement. Hmm. Yeah, that's it. Potential motion and kinetic motion. Mysteries, ascent, peace and greetings. Okay, let's keep going. She's going to talk about being out here soon. All right, so we're talking about the fall. We're talking about the tree of life. Almost like an updated summary, editorial update. So, Keth of the crown is above his head, resting above, but not within it, rather like some Christian and or Buddhist halos. So listen, the crown of Kether is above the head, just like Sahasrara, the crown chakra is above the head. That's symbolic. That's not an accident. Because when that state of awareness is reached, it takes a different order of consciousness to understand. But when you're there, you're not the same as before. It's two completely different. It's a different magnitude of consciousness. Um, because if we could see Hakma and Binah, right? One is the observer, which is Hakma, and the observed is Binah. That's what we know. We know duality. We know observing and the observed. But the key of meditation, right, is for the observer to become one with that which is observed. When once that's done, you'll realize a different order of consciousness. Because you can't be the same thing when there's nothing to observe and no one to observe it. When you enter that state, you can't be the same as you were before. That's why in this very book, when she talks in the chapter about Kether, she says that the Kether experience, when it's achieved, when it's attained, you don't just come back to everyday life willy-nilly like nothing happened. It's almost like you have to learn how to walk again. So that whole thing is symbolized by the crown of Kether being above the head, by Saraswara being above the head, Kundalini awakening, enlightenment. Malkuth, the kingdom, is underfoot. Both are in the aura surrounding the physical body. Man in the microcosm, the individual, lives his life and works out his evolution between these two poles of Kether and Malkuth in his aura. Kether is his spiritual center and ultimate reference point. Binah. The polarization of Hakma and Binah creates the web of life. This realization gives the clue to life's cyclic nature and acceptance of life as it is. With this realization comes contact with reality. Conflict dissolves since anyone realizing this becomes part of life as it is, knowing its changes, its rhythms, and its cycles. So that's kind of what I'm talking about there. You would go from the state of unity and you would descend down. You would separate into a world of conflict, a world of change, a world of rhythm, a world of cycles. That doesn't exist in Kether, but because Kether is one, all of it is wrapped up, bundled up tightly together in potential. This in turn produces a state of serenity and peace in the face of all things, because the macrocosm and the microcosm have come into alignment. That's what alignment is all about. So one can one can the better gauge conditions from day to day to accept people as they are at any given moment, seeing what stage they are at, not just seeing only what they might become, though this can be taken on board as a future possibility. These are Binah matters, resulting in the compassion of the adept. It is a great art to see the difference between a soul as it is and what it can become as a result of further training. All personalities are limited to some extent, though they are instruments of the spirit. As far as an incarnationary personality is willing to do its utmost to achieve within its limits, so the spirit may express and use power in Malkuth. So can an incarnation be deemed a success? So boom, that's your criteria for success right there. That's your criteria for success. In case you missed it, let's go back. All personalities, right? All incarnations, lower selves, are limited to some extent, though they are instruments of the spirit. So boom, everybody's an instrument of spirit, whether they are asleep, NPC, or awake and spiritual, or whatever label you put on people. Everyone is an instrument of the spirit. Now, here's the thing: as I mentioned before, when I talk about autopilot, what I'm actually talking about is all these elemental patterns that we have running in our heads. How you like to dress, your personality, what you like and what you dislike, the food you eat, the people you hang out with, the culture, your belief system, everything that you formed to create you. All of those things are an elemental force. They are patterns that you set in place or someone else has set in place, and they are running. They are running, and you perpetuate them every day. It's reached a certain level of stasis because you've been doing it for so long, it kind of just stays there. It's running on autopilot. You don't have to do anything because it's damn near doing itself. You can wake up and just go through the motions. You're running on minimal awareness level. That's autopilot. And in that sense, because you're under the control of echoes and patterns, if you zoom out and add up all the echoes and patterns of all the people in your community, in your life, in your country, to whatever degree you want to expand it to, they're all working in harmony with each other. You're on autopilot, you go to work, you do your autopilot work, but so is everybody else. It's literally an ecosystem where everyone's running on autopilot. So, in that way, Prakriti, matter, nature, the matrix, is able to keep the program running smoothly. Now, when we start getting to the aspect of attempting to change those patterns, attempting to change yourself for the better, attempting to cause more sattvic experiences in your life, once you start doing that, you start going against the grain of these patterns. You start reaching higher, right? You start reaching for new experiences, new habits, new things. And in doing so, you're making yourself available and useful to higher consciousness. So let's read that again with that in mind. All personalities are limited to some extent, though they are instruments of the spirit. As far as an incarnationary personality is willing to do its utmost to achieve within its limits. So look, as far as you are willing to do your utmost to achieve, right, within your limits, so the spirit may express and use power in Malkuth. So, in other words, when you're reaching up and attempting to do your absolute best in life, you have now made yourself a direct channel for spirit to work in Malkuth. That's what you're doing. When you attempt to better yourself and improve yourself and to break out of the autopilot, to transform yourself into the greatest version of yourself that you can be, when you're doing that, you're literally taking yourself out of the hands of the machine and allowing spirit to work down here. You start to operate on a different clock, on a different rhythm. So can an incarnation be deemed a success? Hmm. Nia Price, peace, peace. Glad you're here. Okay, so these limits to the incarnationary personality should be assessed with impartial detachment to avoid despondency or undue resignation, or increasing their narrow confines. So, in other words, she said that all personalities, right, all lower selves, all incarnations are limited, right? All of us are limited in some degree because we are conditioned by nature, by culture, by life, right? So, look, these limits to the incarnationary personality should be assessed, right? So, when you're doing your shadow work, when you're looking at yourself in order to improve yourself, to transform yourself, these limits should be assessed with impartial detachment. We talked about non-attachment as far as yoga is concerned, the Vedic information should be assessed with impartial detachment to avoid despondency or undue resignation, right? This is how you prevent these feelings of giving up altogether or increasing their narrow confines. He who can combine force and form with exact precision while allowing for the human element in his calculations, at the same time exercising the principle of the right relationship, which gives rise to compassion, may be truly called an adept. Remember, I said before, when the Golden Dawn and them, when they mention the Black Brothers, right? They're talking about agents of Tamas, and of course there are agents of Rajas, but right here she's talking about agents of Sattva, the adept. This is the magician on the magician tarot card, right? Because look, what you can define what someone is or what an energy is by its pattern. What is the effect of its pattern? Not by what someone tells you they are. What is the pattern? That's why I say you don't choose if you're left hand, right hand, middle path. What does the pattern say? So look, he who can combine force and form with exact, and by the way, force is rajas and form is tamas. He who can combine force and form with exact precision while allowing for the human element in his calculations, at the same time exercising the principle of the right relationship, which gives rise to compassion, may be truly called an adept. This is literally what the Magus does. This is what the Magus does. You create harmony with the forces of of the universe and the forms that they are represented by. And this is all happening within your mind first, and then it echoes out into the material world. Because literally, your entire existence is built up of symbols and the meanings that you've given those symbols, right? When you wake up, hell, your bed, the way that your bed is made, the covers that you have on it, your alarm clock if you have one, the type of phone you have. We just go down the list. Literally everything is a symbol to your subconscious mind. It's a symbol with a meaning, with a definition. When you look at that symbol, you're acknowledging the force behind it. You're acknowledging the meaning behind it. So that's how your whole world is created. You have symbols all around you that represent certain energies, and how you interact with those symbols is actually how you're interacting with the energy. So what that means is you're not actually dealing with people. You're not actually dealing with things. You're dealing with the energy that they represent to your subconscious mind. That's what you're doing. That's what we're all doing. That's what we will do as long as we're incarnated. So the thing is, if you call yourself a magus or anything similar, then that means you deliberately manipulate the symbols or the meanings like knobs and buttons on a dashboard so that you can get a specific result. That's all it is. Ain't nothing to do with demons with horns and wings. Don't matter what color candle you use, what color crystal you got. None of that matters as much as you having total control over the symbols in your mind and what they represent to you. You must have total control over that. That's what maintain your frame means. That you are are you sit at the center of your mind, and it's in balance, it's in harmony. You set it up. It's yours, not somebody else. Because if you're living in somebody else's frame, you're dependent on their meanings of the symbols, right? Say, for example, Christianity is a massive frame, and they have a bunch of symbols and beliefs for how to interpret the world. And if you live inside that frame, if you take those rules, then whatever happens to you in life, you've got to define life's happenings through the lens of Christianity. And that can go for any system. If you're a Republican or a Democrat or whatever the hell you belong to, you're living up under that frame, and you're using those symbols and those meanings to define your life. So, what the goal of this path is, once you get to the end of it, is to be the one who has utter control over the symbols and the meanings of your life, and to put that control to harmony, to harmonize. So let me read that again with that full explanation. He who can combine force and form with exact precision, that's what I just talked about, while allowing for the human element in his calculations, at the same time exercising the principle of the right relationship, which gives rise to compassion, may be truly called an adept. That's all it is. If you can understand how to do that, you are far beyond damn near anybody else. That's what this whole thing's all about. And the book, the studies, the diagrams, the lessons, all of it is an attempt to train your mind to think symbolically, to train your mind to think abstractly. Because once we can switch your awareness over to that abstract symbolic reality, now you can start to work with it. If you're ready to hear that, then it makes sense to you. If you're not ready to hear that, that's fine. The keys to a Sephirah are probably most easily found from the three V's: the vision, the virtue, and the vice. Applying this to Binah, there is first the vision of sorrow, an uncomfortable vision shunned by many. The ill conditioned human consciousness finds it hard to isolate the idea of sorrow from calamity, sin, death, and cruelty. So think about that right there. Are you able to perceive sorrow separate from death or cruelty, or can you think of pure sorrow without a cause? Just the pure energy of sorrow. Can you conceive that? And that's what I mean. Again, remember what I said about we have symbols and the meanings behind those symbols. That's just how the mind automatically works, right? That's how the mind automatically works. It takes a symbol and it has to have a meaning for it, whether conscious or subconscious. But the downside, what that does is it creates an illusion. What's the illusion that it creates? It makes it to where we feel like we have to have a trigger to experience an energy, to experience a force. We believe that we need a symbol and a trigger to experience a force. Why? Because the mind is set up that way. The mind is set up to take a force and attach a symbol to it. That it's a coding system. It's like a library or an Amazon warehouse. When your mind comes into contact with a force, it automatically assigns a label to it, a symbol to it. And this is how you navigate your world. But it that process by itself causes the illusion of Maya, because now you don't know that you can experience force without the symbol. You don't need another person to feel love. You don't need someone to do something to feel anger or hatred. You can experience every single emotion, every single force independently. However, the veil of Maya, the human mind, it trains us to translate these forces into a form, into a symbol, and we have difficulty understanding reality separate from the symbols. Lady Justice says Three of Swords, exactly right. There's your Binah. There's the vision of sorrow. Alora, peace and greetings. Always glad to see you. Always glad to see you. Hope you're having a great time. So let's go back to this now. Applying this to Binah, there is first the vision of sorrow, an uncomfortable vision shunned by many. The ill conditioned human consciousness finds it hard to isolate the idea of sorrow from calamity, sin, death, cruelty, etc. Maybe few even attempt to do so since their emotions shy away from sorrow, and with good reason, because the sorrow they experience is little compared to the divine sorrow of the vision in Binah, the principle of limitation, for this is a cosmic principle. I could go deeper into that sorrow, but I don't feel like it. Just imagine being a completely free, boundless, limitless energy, and now suddenly you are excruciatingly limited down. Let's say you're a 100 gigabyte photo and you've been compressed down to 128 megabytes. That's your vision of sorrow. Knowing that there's so much more to you and about you, but you can only express a fraction of it. That's the vision of sorrow. The principle of limitation. And this is a cosmic principle. This is tamas, right? You talked about these gunas a lot. I think you should really look back into the gunas, meditate on them, try to get deeper than the superficial understanding of those three gunas. They're more than behavior patterns. They are the three prime forces of existence. And in this particular case, we're talking about the effect of tamas on sattva, and it feels like sorrow, infinite cosmic sorrow. And it's a cosmic principle. It's not an evil thing. It's not bad. It's a cosmic principle. There has to be tamas with rajas and sattva because those are the ingredients. This vision of sorrow is a basic element in the projection of form to do with the changes of state and focus. It produces an underlying sadness in fallen man at the difference between what should have been and what now is, right? 100 gigabyte photo now compressed down to 345 megabytes, right? What should have been and what now is, while realizing what and how much had to be done to realign the result of past mistakes. However, even if redemption had never been needed and there had never been a fall, the essential vision of sorrow would still exist. And that's important to know. Again, it's a primal force, it exists without you, it's eternal. And even if Kether never separated into Hakma and Binah, it would still exist as a potentiality. Realization of this vision is a state in which the cross of all manifested life is accepted, underlying concepts being separation as opposed to unity of consciousness and transience, and change as consistent factors in creative expression. So, look, realizing this vision of sorrow means that you come to an understanding of the role of this cosmic tamasic force within existence. Tamas is divine, it's holy, and it's necessary. And it's not something that can be obliterated, it is something that must be harmonized. Louis, peace, peace. Good evening to you. Good to see you as well. Welcome back. It is not the same as the suffering and pain caused by the action of the Dark Mother through Geburah upon the personality, which action is generally in the emotional realm and related to the Tiferetic mysteries of the crucifixion, of which the experience should be completed in Geburah. So this vision of sorrow, this type of Tamasic experience of Binah, is different from what's happening in Geburah. What's happening in Geburah has more to do with the crucifixion, or should I say, what the crucifixion represents. Because again, like I said, symbols and definitions of those symbols. If someone says crucifixion, what is the definition that comes up in your head? If we say Christ on the cross and crucifixion, what does that symbol mean to you? Because that's going to limit how you can understand what was just said. See, see how subtle and insidious it is? It is worth noting that when some idea of the true vision starts to impinge on the human being, their first reactions may well be inertia or avarice. Why? Because those are expressions of the tamasic force. Discover the hero within. Peace and greetings. So again, it is worth noting that when some idea of the true vision starts to impinge on the human being, their first reactions may well be inertia or avarice. Avarice being resistance and refusal to give up what that individual possesses or has achieved, or share with others or give others the help he has himself received. So in here, She does not explicitly say that this is the tamasic force, but if you studied Samkhya, the Vedic information, the Gunas, this is a dead ringer. It's a no-brainer. Binah represents the divine tamasic force. In fact, so does the entire left-hand path. The virtue is silence, and its need is obvious. Silence being the exact measuring of what not to say and when not to speak. Very few people refuse to answer questions to which they clearly do not know the answers. Hmm. Or when the questioner is denied the opportunity of finding the answer in himself through the eagerness of the one questioned to display his knowledge or to air an opinion. Silence is divine non action on one plane. Hmm. So, yeah, there's an example of how silence is divine because very few people refuse to answer questions which they clearly don't know the answers. If you ask somebody a question, many people are too proud to say, I don't know. They'd rather make something up or share an opinion than say, I don't know. I don't know is very difficult for um, for many people to admit. It's a pride thing, I'm sure. And then the other thing is when the questioner is denied the opportunity of finding the answer in himself, right? How? Because the eagerness of the one questioned to display his knowledge or to air an opinion. So when the answer could have been, I don't know, and the questioner could have found it for himself, instead, you get a whole earful of something that isn't useful or appropriate. In that situation, silence is divine non action on that plane. Binah is the idea of form and therefore gives rise to the basic form or plan of the divine intention. This is the basic cause which will eventually insist on an effect consonant with its nature. Nia Price says memes are a unit of memetics. Absolutely. Time is rightly attributed to Binah since it is an aspect of form. The principle of understanding lies in Binah, not the understanding of the mind, but the understanding that comes from the deepest levels of feeling and the feminine nature. There is also a supernal awareness of a consciousness whose roots are in Amen, a wisdom and a faith beyond the sphere of thought, and quite unlike what the concrete mind usually considers as faith. In Binah is the feminine power of Jehovah, and it is through Binah alone that wisdom is applied. Binah is one of the two heads of the Sephirah of function, the side pillars, and the Jews realized these powers as exercised by God on different levels, both in the macrocosm and the microcosm. To some extent, Binah is the feminine function rather than the female herself. All right, so get that straight. Binah doesn't mean the female, it means the feminine function. It means the tamasic function, the magnetic function. And when they said here, the Jews realized these powers are as exercised by God on different levels, both in the macrocosm and the microcosm. So again, if we're talking about Binah being tamas, the tamasic force in the macrocosm is going to work on a much deeper scale, and the tamasic force on the microcosm is going to work on a more personal scale. This is where you, if you go look up the gunas, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. This is where you're going to see things like agitation or depression or clarity, right? You're going to see all those terms that have to do with human experiences. Those are the gunas and their effect on the level of the microcosm. But see, the gunas are operating at every level of manifestation, all the way to the tippity top, past the tree, into the triple blackness, and even beyond. So on the higher levels, Tamas, Rajas, and Sattva are gonna express themselves in a different way. The sun is a sattvic celestial entity. It keeps our solar system in harmony, and it has done so for, hell, I don't know. We don't know. We make up some extremely large number. The sun has kept our solar system in harmony. And guess what? If you expand on a even bigger scale, the so-called black hole at the center of our galaxy has kept that whole thing in a sattvic harmonious balance, right? So the scales keep going bigger and bigger. They also go smaller and smaller. But that just shows that these forces are intrinsic throughout existence. So to say that Tamas and Binah is the feminine function, we're talking even deeper than incarnating into a physical body. It's deeper than a human body or an animal body or earth. We're going much wider than that. There's two opposing directions. One's going this way, one's going that way. You can call one Tamas and one Rajas. One pulls, the other pushes. A God form can be useful in building a clear representation to the mind. And see, this is very important as well. This is really the only way to expand your consciousness. It's the only way to expand your consciousness. What is the only way to expand your consciousness? By building a symbol or a representation that you allow to be filled with a new meaning, with a new definition that's currently not in the roster of your elemental habits, right? So if all of your reality is symbolized, which it is, every single thing that you look at, hear, smell, taste, all conceptually, everything is a symbol and it has a meaning to you. But if you create something with the intention of allowing a new force, a higher force, a foreign force to inhabit, that's how you start working your way upward when we talk about vibrationally. Because otherwise, you're not making any room for higher forces to enter your life. Most people don't allow higher forces to enter their life, they block them out at every opportunity. So when you see this whole thing about assuming the God form and creating egregores and entities, all of that is, it's a tool. And the most useful use of that tool is to create a symbol that represents something that you don't know yet. That's how you work with the Akash. That's how you work with the Akash. You create a symbol and you leave it so that it can't be possessed by a force that you've never experienced. Because otherwise, you're just working with forces that you've already experienced. Sage Page, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Louis says, never looked at the sun like that before, it being sattvic. Yeah, right. All the gunas exist and they are relative to our understanding. They can be identified and labeled based on their effect and their influence on the ecosystem. So some things can be totaled up to be a tamasic force, a rajasic force, and a sattvic force. And that's completely determined by the effect that it has on reality. And it's all divine. Where we at? A God form can be useful in building a clear representation to the mind. It is best for each to work out for himself the Sephirah according to his own inner light. The Kabbalah provides stepping stones of symbols and symbolic representations on which each plants his foot differently in order to cross the abyss. Boom. In order to cross the abyss. Binah represents that aspect of God which brings force into outer manifestation. It brings force into outer manifestation. That which gives this force shape for the mind and sometimes for the eye to understand it. Binah gives a mental form to the highest idea, and being the principle of form, can also give the crudest primitive shape or symbol to the lowest earthly force. One cannot, humanly speaking, have understanding of a force unless that force be shown forth and interpreted by form. Form, of course, is a limitation, but force cannot manifest in the solar universe without it. It can't even manifest in the solar universe without form. Hence why there's nothing new under the sun. Alora says image plus emotion equals an experience. Oh, yes. We interpret reality through symbols, all symbols. And you can call it whatever symbols, labels, but they're representations. All of life is representations, not the actual things, it's representations. What our eyes translate, what our ears hear, what we smell, these are all representations. And the concepts that we hold in our head of these things, these ideas, representations. But the thing is, we don't stop there. We give a meaning to each and every one of these representations. We give a meaning to all of them. And it is through the expression of that process that our lives are created. Every piece of our lives are created through that process. And as we see from this paragraph here, Binah is where that process begins. Binah gives a mental form to the highest idea, and being the principle of form, can also give the crudest primitive shape or symbol to the lowest earthly force. So this is what Binah does. This is what the tamasic aspect of reality at the macrocosmic level does. So now let's continue on. Daath. Daath. Daath may be considered as the point of unity in which all knowledge is contained. Daath may be considered as the point of unity in which all knowledge is contained. Unity sounds a lot like Kether. Being unity, it necessarily contains the synthesis of law, justice, and equilibrium. Those three sound like Tamas, Rajas, and Sava. Daath represents the unity and unification of all on the tree of life. It represents the wisdom of God uniting in itself power and love. Whenever you invoke the four archangels of the quarters, you are, to a greater or lesser degree, aligning yourself with the Daath force. Daath is not a Sephiroth, though it is a very important point upon the tree. Rather is the state of knowledge, of knowingness, as well as the awareness of eternity. In it is garnered the essences of experiences of its projections. Daath is very interesting stuff. A very interesting spot on the tree, I'll put it that way. In Christian language, Daath is the sphere of the upper room at the descent of the Pentecostal flames. In pre Christian times, it was the sphere of the creative fire in the realm of the mind. In Druidism, it was connected with Beltane, though Beltane was also the festival of the earthly creative fire as well. Daath holds the key to man's knowledge of himself, but it takes much inner development to use that key. Daath on the tree in the individual human aura holds knowledge of the way in which each evolutionary personality has been affected by the development of Earth. So let's break that down, right? Remember the evolutionary personality, we're talking about the higher self, right? Because you got the incarnated personality, that's the lower self, your incarnation. And then the evolutionary personality, that's the higher self, that's the soul. So the evolutionary person, each evolutionary personality, each soul has been affected by the development of Earth. So as Earth is developed, as the elemental forces are transmuted, shifted, moved around, acted upon by Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, as matter and the lowest dimensions evolve, that echoes karma throughout the higher self. And that's part of what the higher self is doing. It's balancing its karma, right? So that there's a process and a connection going on there between the higher self and earth. But check this out. Let's go back a couple of words. Daath on the tree in the individual human aura holds knowledge of the way in which each evolutionary personality has been affected by the development of Earth. In other words, we're talking about your Akashic records. We're talking about the entire catalog of not just your individual karma, but your soul's karma. Now, see, you are a potentiality of your soul. And what that means is that your soul has several potentialities. You are one of the many potentialities of your soul. And each one of those potentialities, each one of those incarnations, are processing its own aspect of karma. It's balancing the gunas in their own individual ways. So the soul has all these different potentialities. Your life experience is one of those potentialities. But when we talk about this aspect of Daath in your personal aura and the microcosm, it has the knowledge of the soul and the karma that the soul is processing. There is still much to be written about Daath, and meditation on it and the ideas behind its symbolism can be very valuable, though they should be undertaken with precaution. Also, see Gareth Knight, A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. Fine, we will, after this. Cosmic puzzle piece says heavy. Yeah, man. I done seen it. I done seen the promised land. It is no more just reading books and repeating the words. I done seen it. It all makes sense. Janae Owo, peace, peace. Good evening to you. Welcome. So speaking of Daath, right? And one good thing to remember if you want to think about Daath, you could think about this aspect of existence that holds the key to your Akashic records. It holds the key to the knowledge of what's going on with your soul, of the story of your soul. Now that's way above your pay grade. That's way above my pay grade, right? Because we are just potentialities of the soul. We are incarnations of the soul in time, in space, in the material plane. But perhaps through inner work and a reconditioning of our mind, we might be able to make good use of the knowledge of the karma of our soul. I wonder what benefit would it be to learn the karma of your soul or to become aware of the karma of your soul? I wonder how you could make use of that information in your incarnated experience. An employee getting the plans of the CEO. What do you do with that? Any ideas? If you have the book, The Kabbalistic Tarot by Robert Wang, in the beginning of it, he does talk about this whole karma thing. Now, the soul has a lot of karma to process, and you're only given, when you look into the doctrine of karma and the study of karma in the East, there's different types of karma, and long story short, you're only given a small portion of the soul's karma because that's all you can really do. However, if you're able to manage your experience here properly through non-attachment, you might be able to learn how to assist your soul in processing some of that heavy load, which may help you to expand. So, some useful correspondence. Title: Daath, Knowledge. Aleph Ayin Tau. Gods: Horus, Pallas, Athene, Janus, Balder. Angels: the four mighty archangels of the quarters. If you've ever done a ceremonial ritual, you know all about that. Mythological figures: Prometheus, Galahad. Hmm. Okay, so let's look at, see, like I said, the gods and the goddesses, the mythology is a way to explain cosmic forces by giving them a metaphor, by giving them a story, right? So let's look at Prometheus right here. There's man and woman walking around on the planet, dirty, dumb, lost. Now, see, Prometheus, he knows the entire story. He knew what happened with Uranus and Gaia. He knew what happened with the Titans. He knew what happened with the Cyclops and the Hecatan Kyres. He knew what happened with Typhon, Set Typhon, with the Olympians, Zeus, with Kronos eating all of his children and Zeus going to war, Olympus going to war with the Titans. He's been here through eons of stories. So by the time humans show up, it's like midway in the game, and humans don't know anything, but Prometheus does. And see, Prometheus giving man fire was not an accident, and it wasn't a simple gift. It changed the tides of the entire paradigm, so much so that he was eternally punished for doing that. So they said that Prometheus lines up with Daath. And in the previous page, they said that Daath has the knowledge of the karma of the soul. That's my wording, but I'll read what they said. They said that Daath holds the key to man's knowledge of himself, but it takes much inner development to use that key. Daath on the tree in the individual human aura holds the knowledge of the way in which each evolutionary personality has been affected by the development of the earth, right? So Daath holds the knowledge of the way in which every evolutionary personality, every soul, every higher self has been affected by the development of the earth. In the same way that Prometheus holds the knowledge of everything that happened in the cosmos, right? He knew the deep, deep history because he was there for it. And by the time man came, he helped man. Man didn't understand the help, but the gods understood and the Titans understood. He was punished for it. So that's a metaphor that you can think about. Daath holding the knowledge of what's going on with the higher self. And I asked the question, what would you do with that information? Well, it would be a lot like when humans were given fire by Prometheus. Daath is the key to a much bigger picture that we aren't even thinking about. Much bigger picture than we can wrap our heads around. Why? Because Daath also contains data and knowledge of things that transpired long before we got to this point. This is why Daath means knowledge. All the history, everything. It says Daath is not a Sephiroth, though it is a point upon the tree. It is the state of knowledge, of knowingness, as well as the awareness of eternity. That's what she means by that. All the information, all the data of existence. And guess what? That's why Daath bridges upon the border of the abyss and of Klipoth, because the Klipoth is full of data and knowledge that is no longer useful or appropriate for this current incarnation of the tree. Follow me? So, mythological figures: Prometheus, Galahad, Perseus, and the heroes, the sons of the immortals, as spoken of by Pallas Athene, and King Lear's The Heroes, Perseus. The star is Sirius. So that's what you can look. Sirius is in the sky right now. If you want to do some Daath meditation and unlock knowledge that's before your time and after your time, because when you go up to that point of the tree, past and present start to merge together. When you go up to that point of the tree where Daath is, past and present merge together. That's why it's the awareness of infinity. Do your meditation on Sirius if you want this spiritual experience of the vision across the abyss. What is the abyss? All that data. All the data. If you could look at the hard drive of the universe, of Prakriti, of the tree itself, it would be an infinite abyss of data. It would be endless. You would get lost in it. Hence why Daath is a tiny path across that abyss. The right knowledge will get you across the abyss. So the virtues, detachment, perfection of justice, and the application of the virtues untainted by considerations of the personality. So detachment, we could even say non-attachment, and perfection of justice and the application of the virtues untainted by considerations of the personality. Confidence in the future. And also, it said in this book that, you know, once you cross Daath, you can't come back. You can't come back to this existence. Because we're even talking about going past your soul. Now, remember, I said the soul, your incarnation, you specifically, you're a potentiality of the soul. So the soul itself is almost like this. We can compare it to the sun, right? Tifereth. It's radiating, right? And there's heat waves and particles coming out of the sun, right? Potentiality. You're one of those particles. You're one of those waves, and so is everyone else. But see, there's a point even above and beyond that. And talking about Daath, we're talking about an unimaginable reservoir of information, unimaginable because here's the thing that I know about data. The more information that you receive, the more you start to see patterns. And when you start to see patterns, it's impossible to be ignorant. It's not a choice. You see now, your eyes have been opened. And that's the thing about Doth. You will see too much to be able to come back and be regular. An experience with Doth, vision across the abyss, if done correctly, you'll receive information that will change you at your core because you'll start to see connections and patterns, and you won't even be able to allow yourself to continue the exact same as before. Just like if, say, you loved to eat a particular hamburger at a restaurant, but then you observed that the kitchens were dirty and they slide the meat across the floor and nobody washes their hands and just everybody in the kitchen is nasty and funky. Like if you knew that and you saw that and you really experienced that, you couldn't eat from there anymore. You couldn't buy a burger and eat from there anymore. No matter how sentimental you were, no matter how much of a pattern it was for you, when you know that knowledge and you see those patterns, you simply can't go back to your ignorance. It's just like waking up in the Matrix. When they woke up in the pods and went into the ship, you can't go back to the program and pretend that you're a regular person. And that's what I call a different order of consciousness. When you rise up the tree, these veils that you see on the tree, they're marked by a different order of consciousness. And what that means is when you cross that veil, you attain a different order of consciousness. So now you're completely different than before. You can't fake it, you can't pretend. It's a different order of consciousness. And that's what Daath is all about. That's why Daath is over the abyss, because Daath is the biggest quantum leap in consciousness from the macrocosm to the microcosm. There's other shifts and jumps all the way up and down the tree, but Daath is the supreme jump. Once you cross Daath, you are only aware of the three gunas now. You can only see Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. You can only see that now. And being in that state, you could not dare be a human again. You just couldn't. Your brain wouldn't work the same anymore. Goodness gracious. Am I telling you this because I read it in a book? No. I'm telling you this because I've done the work and I've experienced this shit. And it takes some time to acclimate to. It takes some time to uh, get back on your feet. Vices and dangers, doubt of the future, apathy, inertia, cowardice, fear of the future, pride leading to isolation and disintegration. The colors of Daath. Various colors are associated with this sphere, but the colors indicating the sphere is in close touch with the human mind and seen by the higher psychism are not the ordinary terrestrial colors, nor may they be entirely judged by human standards of color. There is a very strange red, the red of supernal justice. It has no likeness at all to the red of any other sphere or to any vibration of these other spheres upon the tree of life. There is also a most unusual green, a speckled brown and white, a shade of blue like an electric flame. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, is it like the point when the light hits the prism? Um, you could say that. Specifically, I'm speaking of going up the tree. So in this case, it would be like you thinking that you're the red beam of light, then you reverse and come out of the prism, and you see that you were the white light with all the other colors blended together as something new and different, right? So once you cross that line, you're not red anymore. You're the white light. You're everything else. You're everything. You're not just red and blue and green and yellow. You're more. Now that you're all together, you're more than the sum of the parts. And that's what Kether represents. The state of being more than the sum of the parts. But yeah, as a metaphor, the Daath point could be like the prism. And like I said, this is what I'm talking about is going up the tree. It would be like being red and then coming out of that prism and seeing, oh, I was the white light the whole time, the white light containing all the colors. So yeah, that would be a different order of consciousness. You can't do red stuff anymore. Your experience as red, it's there, but now there's the knowledge of the experience of blue and being green and everything else. And since all of those knowledge points come together, they create something new and different. Because red only knew red stuff, blue only knew blue stuff, green only knew green stuff. But guess what? When you put all those colors together as one, now you're able to see a pattern that you could not have seen separated. White can now see a pattern that red, blue, yellow, green couldn't see. And so with that, it becomes greater than the sum of its parts. It's not just red plus blue plus green. It's a different order of consciousness now. So yes, look, right? Because I said the soul, and I said you are a potentiality of the soul, which means that there are other potentialities of your soul. So what would happen if you, as an incarnation, and every other incarnation of your soul came together? Because look, you got your life's experiences and everything that you've done, and your lessons learned, and your patterns recognized about the world. What would happen when you come together with all your other incarnations and you put all of your data together? You put all of your um, understandings of the world together as one soul. You're going to see patterns that the individuals could not have seen. And this is what I mean by the karma. This is what I mean by the soul has a load of karma to process, but it only gives a little bit to each incarnation. That's how the soul balances its karma, through incarnating into the material plane. And even still, we're talking about Daath. So Daath now knows that knowledge and the knowledge of other souls. It's extremely deep information that we could not even guess what the hell's going on. I hope that answers your question. Louis says, yep, that white isn't an actual white. It's to signify something beyond what we're used to. It's like a clear color, but white or black is used to encapsulate and describe a certain idea. Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Right, right. Because that's the thing, right? When we talk about this light of these higher planes, that that word in itself is a symbol. It's a placeholder. We talk about the darkness and the stillness. It's a placeholder. It's dark because we can't see it. Or let me rephrase that. It's dark because we don't know how to see it. We haven't developed the consciousness to see it. But yeah, that's awesome. Greater than the sum. All right, let's keep moving. The sphere's actual Sephirotic colors are lavender, silvery gray, pure violet, and gray flecked with yellow. When such colors approach the awareness of the human mind, they give a strange rate of vibration, which is liable to pull the vehicles of the inner man too much asunder. Too much asunder. Let's see what's said here. Therefore, it must be emphasized that meditations on Daath, unless very carefully decided on beforehand and directed, are not very safe. I can co sign that. Not very safe, except when they are just approached with a view to helping the human idea of justice, when such a thing is necessary for balancing up the development of the soul. That's another word for karma. It is not wise for the initiate to venture further on his own responsibility beyond that great awareness of justice which is there. It is sufficient, indeed, to know that the supreme balance may be in some manner approached in order to show how the balance of the smaller human world works out. A knowledge of that justice is a helpful and a right thing. And where there is a very high realization and absolute awareness of something, then some level of Daath in one of the Sephiroth of the tree has been contacted. So, look, whenever you reach a different order of consciousness, when you expand into a new level, that is a Daath experience. That is a Daath experience. And I've always said, like, it isn't necessarily useful or appropriate for the average person to work with Daath, or hell, the average practitioner to work with Daath. Why? Because there's so much data there that you're more than likely going to encounter something that you simply can't make use of. It's going to be cool things, right? You might find out about the unicorn dimension where you can't see, right? And everything is telepathically transmitted and all these other things are going on, but you can't do anything about that down here. When you trip on shrooms and you do acid and all this other stuff, and you have these extremely abstract visions, it's cool. It feels profound, right? It's a real thing for sure, but most of the time you can't do anything with it. Why? Because it belongs to a different level of consciousness. That's like an elementary schooler going to, postgraduate class, learning about, I don't know, law or something. He can sit there and enjoy it and have a good time, but he can't take none of that back to first grade. He just can't. He's not developed enough to. is way out of his pay grade. Sheesh. Louis says, Travis, were you guided while you were tapping into Daath? Um, yes and no. I'll say yes because overall I am most certainly guided in everything that I do. But no, because oftentimes when I have these type of experiences, um, I guess I can be reckless and just kind of maybe even impulsive. But at the end of the day, things kind of balanced out. So no, no, I did not. I did not take precautions. Kind of stumbled into it, honestly. But towards the end of it, I began to see how, of course, everything works together. Yeah, Price says, AKA temporary psychosis if you ain't ready. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Thank God for NLP, because I know how to fix myself, how to repair myself. Oh, goodness gracious. Yes, ma'am. Big Mama Zara says, thank God for NLP. Right. I love it, though. I don't think I'd have it any other way. It's an adventure. Clairvoyantly, the entrance to the Sephiroth Daath was seen to be guarded on either side by silvery gray seraphim, serpents which represented the two serpents of the Caduceus. Only when these serpents gave permission with their darting golden tongues could entry be made. These seraphim were not like the angels of Geburah. Their force, though very great, was not flaming, but represented what might be described as incandescent knowledge. They were static and yet contained all motion within themselves. Remember what I was saying a bit earlier about the stillness of pre manifestation, the stillness of pre manifestation. It was still, but motion was there. It was just in complete harmony. So look what she said. They were static and yet contained all motion within themselves. So in a way, Daath can be seen as a version of Kether, as a version of Kether within within manifestation, I guess you could say. Kether within the program, Kether within the matrix. So, by virtue of the great wisdom and realization that it holds, Daath embraces the sphere of justice. Justice at the supreme level, the absolute balancing point of the smallest atom in relationship with the furthest and largest sun, and even that is only a very cursory and vague description. So, look, Daath, right here, Daath is a sattvic force. I mean, let's just get down to it. The entire middle path is the sattvic force from Cather to Tifrath to Yasad, and guess what? to Malkuth. Malkuth is Sattvic. Malkuth is the anchor and the stability of this entire machine, this entire program. And we're often told that the world is fucked up, messed up, is evil, is going to hell, judgment day coming. We those things are echoed by people who are agents of Tamas and agents of Rajas. If you want to ascend that tree, you've got to learn how to see reality as perfectly balanced, perfectly harmonized. The only way that you can see that is if you learn to withdraw your consciousness from operating through the elements, right? If your consciousness is operating within the elements, you're running on autopilot. So what's that mean? That means that all of your habits and everything that you do based on unresolved trauma, undone shadow work, moving towards pleasure, running towards pain, that is elemental influence. That comes from matter. So if you're behaving strictly on those protocols, that's that autopilot stuff. But if you learn to see life through a perspective of non-attachment, right? Truly understanding that the body and the mind are two forces, and there's a third force. The body has its own language, it speaks in chemicals, and it is a product of matter, the material plane, dense matter. That's what the body is. The mind is a product of force. The mind is a creation as well. But there's a third aspect that's behind the mind, because who's hearing the thoughts that the mind is thinking? Who's seeing the visions that the mind is coming up with? There's the mind, there's the body, and then there's a higher force. If your whole life is based on data from the body, that's a very Tamasic way to be. That's what animals do. Animals react to the environment. All of their instructions are Tamasic. If you live based on the mind and take instructions from thought, that's coming from a Rajasic perspective. Then there's the Sattvic perspective, which operates on a level that doesn't depend on your thoughts, what you think, what you feel, what your opinions are. And it doesn't depend on what the body's saying. Sometimes we call that higher level communication intuition. It's coming from a level that isn't based on elemental influence. It's above elemental influence. And there's a way to expand that voice. I call that spiritual authority. Being able to expand that voice and operate from that level, from that sattvic level. When you do that, you start to change the symbols and the meaning of the symbols that make up your mind, that construct your reality. So you walk around, you see symbols, and you have beliefs attached to them. It creates a feedback loop because what you believe, you manifest, you perpetuate, and it reinforces itself and it keeps going like that. But if you operate from that higher level, from that level of intuition, from that level that isn't influenced by these elemental forces like that, if you operate from that level, you start to literally reprogram those symbols, you reprogram those beliefs, those definitions. And in doing so, you get a different effect in your daily life, in your environment, in yourself. It starts at the belief level, at the symbol and the belief level. It doesn't start on the outside. It doesn't matter if you buy workout equipment. That doesn't mean you're going to use it. You've got to change your beliefs about working out, about burning calories, about losing weight. You got to change your symbols and what they mean to you. Once you do that, then you start behaving on those beliefs. You don't buy exercise equipment first. That doesn't mean you're going to use it. So that's an example of working from that higher level. That higher level deliberately changes your beliefs, and that spiritual authority level, it deliberately changes the symbols and the definitions that you give to those symbols. And in doing so, you change what you manifest on a daily basis. Reality is definitely a product of your beliefs. Definitely. Because you only see what you believe. You delete, distort, and generalize everything else. Where are we at? My gnosis. Peace. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Big Mama Zara says reframing. Exactly. See, somebody here. We got somebody in the building, certified. Know what I'm talking about. She knows the power of language and symbols and meanings. Okay, so there is therefore the acme of justice in this sphere, for justice is a part of realization, not the relatively small powers of justice connected with human destiny. Because remember, we're talking about a level that's above and beyond the soul, behind the soul, right? I'm looking at the tree of life diagram, but I keep thinking you guys are too. If you look at Malkuth, of course, we've got the incarnated physical body. You got your yasod. We can say that that's like your mind, your imagination, and the subtle part of yourself. Now, all that right there, remember what she said a few pages ago? Had, Netzach, yasod, and Malkuth, those represent the lower self. That's the lower self. But guess what? That lower self is a potentiality of the higher self. So if you really zoom out and look at this, you'll see that Tifereth is this big soul, so to speak. Hell, Tifereth, Chesed, and Geburah. And coming out of that soul are countless potentialities, countless lower selves. You are one of them. Just like homie talked about the ray of light coming to a prism, same thing, and it separates into different colors. The same thing is happening with your soul. That light of the soul is incarnating into different colors to process different amounts and types of karma. You're doing the work of the soul, whether you're on autopilot or not. That's what you're doing here. That's what this whole earth plane is about. So we are all potentialities of this soul. This soul, it has a story. It has a mission. It's doing something. It is digesting and reframing, repurposing its karma. It's balancing and harmonizing itself. That's what it's doing. Now, a step even higher, we've got Daath. Now, see, Daath is older than the soul. Daath knows what's been forgotten, just like Prometheus knew about Gaia and Uranus, the Titans, the Olympians, and that whole war that went down. Know everything that humans missed. So by the time humans got here, just a couple of hairless monkeys, Prometheus gave them fire. And that wasn't just a simple gift, that was a transformative, that was a paradigm shift. They entered a whole new reality. They didn't know any better, but he did because he was much older than them. And he knew the full story and he knew what he was doing. That's what Daath represents. Daath is the ancient history of the cosmos. So, with that being said, there is, therefore, the acme of justice in this sphere. For justice is a part of realization, not the relatively small powers of justice connected with human destiny, but justice in its deepest and largest sense, of which the justice affecting man is but a small part, right? Just like when Prometheus gave fire to man, that was justice. Why was that justice? You got to know the mythology, right? Because these gods, they are cosmic principles and cosmic forces, but they've been given a story and a mythology so you can understand how these forces interplay. Guess what? The Titans, you're right, the leader of the Titans, he punished his father. He started that karma and it would trickle down infinitely. So because Kronos punished his father, he cut off his father's genitals, he castrated his father. Because he did that, karma now said, you will be overthrown by your son, by your children. So what did Kronos do? He ate all his children as soon as they came out, except for Zeus. Except for Zeus. He was tricked. Zeus went off somewhere, grew up, got strong, freed his brethren, went to war with the Titans, overthrew the Titans, right? One of the Titans was Prometheus. Now he was kind of playing both sides, or kind of not playing, right? He was kind of neutral. He was like Thoth, like Tahuti. He was the knowledge guy. But anyways, he was helpful to Olympus. So Olympus spared him, and all the rest of the Titans were imprisoned in Tartarus, in the abyss, right? In the abyss. We're talking about Daath here. So Prometheus now is the one that told Zeus, hey, guess what? The karma ain't over because you killed your father, or excuse me, because you punished your father the same way that he punished his father. Your children are going to punish you. So Zeus did what he had to do. But Prometheus told him, no, not your biological children, the humans, right? Your evolutionary children. They're going to overthrow you. So because Zeus did everything he could to prevent that, Prometheus was now serving justice, avenging his brethren by giving fire to man. Because now that would change man from just a simple slave into what we are today. And if we haven't overthrown God by now, we're extremely close to it. So Prometheus was punished for that. But the giving of fire to man was a greater and deeper justice than man could even conceive. We didn't know about the war. We didn't know about the gods, and we didn't know about any of that. We just thought, oh, great fire. Now we can cook. Now we can build guns and computers and AI, right? But we don't know the full story. There's a deep history, and that's what this justice is that she's talking about here. Justice in its deepest. We're talking about cosmic justice. This goes beyond human history. So how dare you talk about good versus evil? You don't even know what good versus evil is. That doesn't even exist because the story is it goes way before us. So, um, all that to say about justice, right? There is therefore the acme of justice in this sphere, for justice is a part of realization, not the relatively small powers of justice connected with human destiny, but justice in its deepest and largest sense, of which the justice affecting man is but a small part. In Daath are balanced the absolute adjustments of worlds. You see that? Adjustments of worlds. See, we think that like everything revolves around us and like our politics and what's happening in culture. No, like there's even bigger stuff going on that we're barely even a part of. But of course, you know, we don't think past ourselves, so we can't see that. That's why I said when you actually get these downloads from higher levels, or when you get these downloads from elemental forces, these deep tamasic, um, dark infernal forces, whichever side, Rajasic or Tamasic, when you're getting these downloads, it's not about what's happening in politics. It's not about what's happening in pop culture or none of that. It's a part of a cosmic story. And if you're not refined enough to receive that download and translate, you're going to attribute it to something that, the closest match you could find. Check. Lonnie Alderdice, peace. Peace, peace. Inosis says, damn, that's an alignment and active in study of Daath as we speak. Sheesh. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, this reminds me of the Bible saying we can't handle viewing God made Moses turn old. Yeah. Boom. Louis said, you'll call it fate, like Carl Jung said. Right. It's deeper than hip hop. It's deeper than hip hop. Inosis says that cosmic doctrine talk. Exactly, man. I had to go back through the book, man. I had to because there was too many things left misunderstood. But yeah, I've been going back to that cosmic doctrine for sure. And that has certainly helped me with an overall understanding of this content. Yes. Man, gosh, if I could share with y'all some of this stuff that I've really been getting into. Oh man. Man, oh man. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay. So we talked about justice, right? In Daath are balanced the absolute adjustments of worlds and conditions very remote from man. Daath is a reflection of Vishnu. The adjustments of worlds and conditions very remote from man. Like I said, you might trip on shrooms and acid and what is it, salvia or whatever, salvia. You might have these amazing fractal abstract, you know what I'm saying? Like you might see visions of an alien species doing alien stuff, but when you come back, you can't do anything with it because it's so far removed from this existence. It was fun, but if you can't translate that information to where it's useful and appropriate in this life, what's the use of doing that? In Doth are balanced absolute adjustments of worlds and conditions very remote from man, but which at a certain point may be perceived in some measure when the human consciousness is in real contact with Doth. This supernal justice may be contemplated. The supernal justice may be contemplated as a great figure of God seated on a throne, and this contact is sufficient to fire the whole of nature and to rouse the soul into realization of the supreme balance that cannot veer to the right or left, but which is perfect. That's a sattvic state. That's a sattvic state. Symbols: the empty room, the condemned cell, the prism. There you go. A high mountain peak, the grain of corn. The great formula that expresses the nature of Daath is that of the empty room. The phrase, the empty room, has several analogs on different levels. The symbol itself refers to the absence of symbol and the contact with reality. On the other and lower levels, the empty room becomes the monastic cell. All right. So on the other and lower levels, the empty room becomes the monastic cell, where the personality is whittled down to bare essentials. Remember what I said? When you go across Daath, you reach a different order of consciousness. And making it all the way across, all that you know is Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. That is all that that's what you realize. That's your wisdom and that's your understanding, the three gunas. Nothing else. Because there's nothing else to know at that stage. So look, it is the cell where the personality is whittled down to bare essentials of the mundane conditions of the human being. On the next stages, his personality is used only as an outer form to be laid aside any minute at the bidding of the evolutionary personality, which uses it as a vesture. So remember, the personality is the lower self, the evolutionary personality is the higher self, right? So you right now think that you're a person, you think you're the personality, but having an experience with Daath, you now rise above both the personality and the soul, and you see that you are above even that. So what happens here is that now the soul recognizes that the incarnation is just a suit, just a t-shirt, right? Just something that it wears. Of course you're gonna come back different. I'm walking different. I'm breathing different. The monastic cell where the personality is whittled down to the bare essentials of the mundane conditions of the human being. On the next stages, his lower self is used only as an outer form to be laid aside any minute at the bidding of the higher self, which uses it as a vesture. Omnia Arlandria, peace and greetings. My gnosis says, man, I'm making a connection to Daath and Maya and Maat. Damn, this shit lining up with my study. I don't have this version of the book. Damn, I gotta get it. I found a PDF for this version last night or 2 nights ago. You gotta make sure you get the revised edition, the PDF with the revised edition. Lenny Alderdice says, in Tot with Shooty said the elementals are emanations of light and sound. That's exactly right. The Tot was our potentialities of Akash, the same way that you, the lower self, are a potentiality of the soul. Big Mama Zara says, like a Russian doll. Ace Boogie, right. Cosmic Puzzles Piece says, today I was just reading about the 7 deaths in the cosmic doctrine. Yeah, man, that was the first part that I read. Definitely something to meditate on. All right, let's get back to it. So, whittled down to the bare minimum. And what is that bare minimum? It is the three gunas. Because what's past Daath? What's past Daath? Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. That's what's past Daath. Kether is Sattva, pure Sattva. Hokmah is pure Rajas. And Binah is pure Tamas. In Kether, they all exist in complete harmony. But in the tree, as manifestation, they have been separated. When you're looking at the tree, like if you look at the cover of this book, that top triad is a lot like an engine fueling all of existence. See, when you really look at this tree, it doesn't really look like that. Um, that upper triad is by itself. There's nothing. There's no others. It's just that. But when you cross that Daath, there are multiple astral triangles. Like there's multiple Geburah, Chesed, Tifereth combinations. And then out of that higher self, out of that soul, there's multiple lower selves. So it's like a fractal. It's like a never ending fractal. But when you come across, when you cross that Daath, it's just the three, because that's all that can exist. As above, so below. What I mean is, above Kether, behind Kether, are still the three gunas in complete harmony. Ein Sof, Ar. Elah says it's like Neo seeing the code, right? And in this case, you don't go back into the game. You're completely out of the game. Two, the condemned cell, which follows the Hasidic initiations, each of these, one and two, is a preparation for the next phase. In the empty room is the awareness of the complete denudation of God into that which is neither force nor form. Okay, that's Satwa talk right there. Neither force nor form, but contains both. And there does, in fact, exist a condition beyond all other conditions, a supreme state. This state is approached when the phase of the abstract mind is entered. Abstract mind may be considered as the outer vehicle of the evolutionary personality. Why are we talking about this? As I said before, the only way to reach a different order of consciousness, to expand your awareness, the only way to do that is by building a symbol and leaving open the meaning to be inhabited by a new force, a force that you haven't dealt with before. Because everything in your life is a symbol and a representation of a force that you've already dealt with, that you're already familiar with. Elemental forces. Your boss, your husband, your wife, your kids, your car, your bed, your house, everything is a symbol of energies and forces that you've already dealt with. You don't expand your consciousness in that way. It's more of you stay on that frequency. But if you want to raise your frequency and go to a new level of consciousness, you got to create a symbol that represents something unknown, something alien, something extra, something new. You got to learn how to craft a symbol that represents that unknown. That's what Akash is all about. And you do that through expanding the sattvic aspect of your behavior and of your thinking. But in any case, deliberately doing a meditation like this will also help to expand your consciousness. Can you imagine a meditation here where you enter this empty room and your personality, your incarnation is now whittled down to bare essentials? You start removing and releasing everything until you are nothing but the code of the matrix, completely disintegrating everything, letting go of all of it. Deliberately while you're alive, right? Releasing your attachments, your beliefs, your loved ones, your mama, your daddy, parent, your kids, your son, your daughter, your dreams, your goals, your achievements, letting it all go, releasing all of it completely, and then observing what's left. Can you imagine doing that on purpose, on a regular basis? How do you think that would transform you? Doing that is opening the door for a new force that you've never dealt with. You see what I mean? So when you introduce yourself to that new force you've never dealt with, it transforms you. You become something different because you're introducing different meanings, different symbols, and different forces. The condemned cell, which follows the ascetic initiations, each of these, one and two, is a preparation for the next phase. In the empty room is the awareness of the complete denudation of God into that which is neither force nor form, but contains both. And there does, in fact, exist a condition beyond all other conditions, a supreme state. This state is approached when the phase of the abstract mind is entered. Abstract mind may be considered as the outer vehicle of the evolutionary personality. So, right, this goes into what I say about the higher self, spiritual authority, all that good stuff. You've got to start training yourself to think in these abstract terms by creating these abstract symbols, by uh, nurturing these abstract forces. Because then what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to make a inner landscape where the abstract mind will have a vehicle. Excuse me, the abstract mind is the vehicle where your soul will have a vehicle to operate within your life, your experience. It starts with intuition, but it can be expanded from there into something more solid. Proteus, seer of eons, peace and greetings. Good evening. In the final contact with the empty room, this, the last symbol, is absorbed into the consciousness, and thus the empty room no longer exists. The empty room, as its name implies, has no furniture, no forms. It is a narrow confine, at first filled with essences and light, but these also will fade out at the end. The spirit realizes this narrow confine as its symbol of itself and absorbs this symbol. Thus does the individual soul attain to perfect free will through recognition of his own field of limitation. Through recognition of his own field of limitation, which is the complete acceptance of the past, which in turn gives realization of the future within the integrated and illuminated man. These are past and future synthesized in the present, and this is Daath. Framestar Films, peace and greetings. Peace, peace. Hope you're having a good evening. Empty room or empty tomb symbols refer to the absence of symbol and contact with reality. In the final contact with the empty room, this, the last symbol, is absorbed into the consciousness, and thus the empty room no longer exists. Thus are past and future synthesized in the present, and this is Daath. The abyss is a symbolic indication of the difference in the mode of functioning of the spirit through Kether, Hakma, and Binah, focused through Daath, and the mode of functioning through the Sephiroth below the abyss. Above the abyss, the spirit functions through states from which emerge the qualities of love, wisdom, and strength. Below the abyss, the spirit's functioning is conditioned through the sensations, emotions, feelings, and the mind through which man reproduces the spiritual qualities of love, wisdom, and strength, tinged and distorted by the deviations and lack of development, as well as enriched by the growth of man. So you've got this abyss, right? And you got Daath as the center point of that abyss. Now, above the abyss, you've got these fundamental forces as they are, untainted. Just like I said, the upper triad is pure sattva, pure rajas, and pure tamas, unmixed. But after that barrier point, right? Because three is the three gunas are the raw material, raw ingredients of prakriti, the raw ingredients of nature, the raw ingredients of existence. There's nothing else but the gunas. So below the abyss is the gunas, but now they're being filtered through mind. They're being filtered through our personality, through our likes and our dislikes, our emotions. But the consciousness of Daath is not achieved through the abnegation of the mind, the emotions, or the sensations. Rather, are these factors extended to their uttermost so that there is a change from what would be called normal functioning of that factor, right? I mentioned it's a different order of consciousness, passing each of the veils and each of these barriers that the tree talks about, or even the Samkhya tree talks about. Crossing those barriers and those veils, that represents a mark where you operate with a different order of consciousness. Again, the metaphor with the light through the prism. You might have been the red light all along, but when you go back through that prism, you become that white light. But see, the thing is, you're not just a different light. All the other colors, red, blue, green, yellow, orange, Roy G. Biv, they all are collected up into that white. So there's the red light experience, and then there's the white light experience. The white light experience is a new experience which contains the red light experience and the blue and the yellow and the green and all of them combined. That's a different order of consciousness. The awareness of the total experience instead of a partial experience. So look, the consciousness of Daath is not achieved through the abnegation of the mind and the emotion of the sensations. It's not about denying the mind or denying the emotions or sensations. Rather, are these factors extended to their uttermost so that there is a change from what would be called normal functioning of that factor. So now the mind is reabsorbed, right? It stops being just red and becomes white. It becomes the total collection. Transmutation or alchemy takes place, and on the evolutionary aspect, there is transcendence, and that's the soul, that's the higher self. On the evolutionary aspect, there is transcendence. On the level of intelligence, there is what could be called intuition. Remember, I said that? That's how the higher self communicates. We call that intuition. That's how it starts. But it can be expanded upon, it can be built out, fleshed out into a more concrete form. But on the emotional level, wait, let's go back. Yeah, on the level of intelligence, this transmutation would be called intuition, light in extension, wisdom, LVX. On the emotional level, there are the feelings extended to the ecstasy of divine union, which is love. And on the sensory level, there is perception extended into the ecstasy of immortality, which is strength. So we're talking about Daath here. Generally speaking, individuals recognize sensations, emotions, feelings, and the mind, and remain in their grip until their recognition of states and practice in their creation grow. Hence the negative approach to life of those who go from one effect to another. Many who have aspired to the state and experience of the empty room of Daath, the symbolism of the womb after another manner, in which there is birth, not into a physical body, but into that state summed up in the words, then shall I know as I am known. Then shall I know as I am known. A self awareness state of causative creativity beyond the mind, but conceived through attitudes, have found numbness, emptiness, aridity. These are not attributes of the Daath state, but are the accretions surrounding it, the accretions made by the human mind in its impingement, another manifestation of the deviations on another level. A good way to think about that concept right there, where I'll go back because that was a long ass sentence. But yeah, a good way to think about that is you can think about an egg, right? A human egg and all the sperm cells racing towards the egg. There's only one sperm, and listen, sperm and egg is very much Daath related because crossing Daath, crossing that bridge from the lower part of the tree moving upwards, that, from my experience, from my meditation, what I found is it's very akin to the visual of the sperm coming out of the egg, uncreation, uncreation. 1111. But anyways, imagine here the sperm has entered the egg, and now there's all these other sperm that are still, they don't know that one has made it. So they are all surrounding the egg, right? They're not going anywhere, so they just kind of crust around it and die, right? So there's all these failed attempts around that egg. Let me read this sentence again and show you what I mean. So many who have aspired to the state and experience of the empty room of Daath, a self awareness state of causative creativity beyond the mind, but conceived through attitudes, have, right? So look, all right. Many who have aspired to the state and experience of the empty room. So all these people who have aspired to experience Daath, what happens to them? A lot of people, they seek to experience Daath, a self-awareness state of causative creativity beyond the mind, but conceived through attitudes. They have found numbness, emptiness, and aridity. So many have tried, many will enter, few will win. Many will enter, few will win. Just before crossing the border, you cross a layer of numbness, emptiness, aridity. Those who stopped just before they struck gold. Let's read that full thing. Many who have aspired to this state and experience of the empty room of Daath, the symbolism of the womb, after another manner, in which there is birth not into a physical body, but into that state summed up with the words, then shall I know as I am known, a self awareness state of causative creativity beyond the mind, but conceived through attitudes, have found numbness, emptiness, aridity. These are not attributes of the Daath state, but are the accretions surrounding it, right? So those feelings, that's not Daath. That's what's surrounding Daath. Like I said, due to all the sperm cells that did not make it. The accretions made by the human mind in its impingement, another manifestation of the deviations on another level. Jasaja, peace and greetings. Peace. Hope you're having a great evening. Good to see you. Dub VT, peace, peace. Thousands will come, a few chosen. Exactly, right? Because look, she mentioned before about those two serpents that guard Daath. And it's not so much that they're keeping people out with swords. It's more like you simply don't have the credentials to get through. So you kind of turn yourself. It's like the sperm hitting that egg but not being able to get in. It's not like they're being chased away by a bouncer. They just don't have the frequency of the vibration to get through. That's just how it is. That was on page 331. She said clairvoyantly, the entrance to the Sephiroth Doth was seen to be guarded on either side by silvery gray seraphim. Only when the serpents gave permission with their darting golden tongues could entry be made. The seraphim were not like the angels of Geburah. Their force, though, was very great, was not flaming, but represented what might be described as incandescent knowledge. They were static and yet contained all motion within themselves. Many will enter, few will win. Because see, Daath is operating on a paradigm that is far beyond our human history. Far beyond human history. Daath is all the knowledge accumulated. So there's a different type of justice, a different type of um, system that's regulating what's happening there. It's not just humanity, it's all incarnated life everywhere. The history of existence. Not just have you been a good boy on Earth for 30 years. The empty room could be said to be empty in terms of the mind, in that it does not contain forms. But it is not empty in terms of consciousness. It is concerned with states and attitudes and the experiencing of qualities. In faith and the many harmonics of it is the power to bridge the gap between the tools of consciousness and function used by the spirit below the abyss and the causative core of creative beingness of the spirit, symbolized on the tree as being above the abyss. It is not a matter of being in a different place or environment, but of being in a different state. The basic intelligence of the spirit is one of creativity, which is used or abused or neglected by the mind and the emotions and sensations according to the state of the individual concerned, right? The basic intelligence of spirit is creativity, and creativity is used, abused, or neglected based on the state of the individual, right? All of us are creative beings. Some of us use the creativity, some of us abuse the creativity, some of us neglect the creativity. But however we use it, whichever guna we express through, that's determined by our state. Man has within himself all the qualities he needs. He does not need to develop them. What he has to do is to create and demonstrate the necessary states for their growth and flowering. The seed contains the flower, and God made man in his own image. Boom. A good symbol for Daath is the cloud hidden peak of the sacred mountain of any race. It was Daath consciousness that Moses contacted when he received the tables of the law from the top of Sinai, the moon mountain. So that's an example of what I was saying about having to create this symbol, right? This symbol that represents a foreign force, an alien force, a force that you're not familiar with, an uncommon force, a symbol that represents the border of our knowledge, a symbol that represents what's on the other side. By creating that type of symbol, that's how you make space for higher forces to communicate with you. All your other symbols are taken up. So that's why a good symbol for Daath is the cloud hidden peak of the sacred mountain of any race. It was Daath consciousness that Moses contacted when he received the tables of the law. He had to go away from from the common people, and he had to interact with a symbol, a meaning that was new, that was alien. You got to do something new if you want to manifest something new. The consciousness of Daath may also be shown under the symbol of a grain of corn, the sense of being in everything. The bread is sensed within the wheat through the realization of oneself as part of the wheat, part of the bread. An attempt at interpreting the Daath state visually can be seen in the last sequence of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Yeah, it hits different after you know that. Daath hits different after you realize that. Excuse me, 2001: Space Odyssey. The last sequence hits different when you recognize that that is a Daath experience. If you don't recognize that, the scene doesn't make any sense. Nobody knows what's going on. But when you understand this, the secret path from Chesed to Daath. From Chesed to Daath. All right. There is a secret path, secret in as much as it is not shown on the glyph of the Tree of Life, that leads from Chesed to Daath, which may be called the secret silent path. It follows on after the adept has established himself in Chesed, realized and abreacted his karma. Remember, I said that Daath will Tifereth, that higher self, right? Tifereth, Chesed, and Geburah, that whole triangle, that astral triangle, that's the higher self. And its job is to process karma. That's what it's doing. And how does it process karma? By breaking it off and sending it out through its potentialities, its incarnations. So it manifests multiple incarnations of people and things to harmonize its karma. That's what the soul's doing, right? So Chesed is a part of that triad. It's right there on the edge of the abyss. She says that it follows on after the adept has established himself in Chesed, realized and abreacted his karma, and achieved a fully developed and mature personality. In order to start out on this path, the adept must first lay aside the robes and insignia of the seated king in Chesed and enter the condemned cell, wherein he has to realize all that has gone to make him what he now is and why, and the nature of what he has still to face. Framestar Film says, does the word death have its roots in the word Daath? I don't know for certain, but based on this symbology, I can certainly see a connection. The condemned cell may be visualized as a cell in any prison or monastery in which the inmate is alone. A simple bed and a simple chair are all the furniture in it. There is a small barred window set rather high up in the wall. This window can be looked through only by reaching upwards and drawing oneself up by the strength of the arms. And this contains symbolism too. If by that strength the inmate draws himself up so that he can look through the bars of the window, if he sees a courtyard and beyond it, a scaffold shaped like a pylon gateway, beyond again, on the far horizon, is a brightness. And as he looks to that brightness, it is as though he were drawn towards it, given the impression that the brightness approaches nearer to him. And as he is drawn to that light, and the light is drawn to him, there is fusion. This is the symbolism of the Holy Grail upon whatever level it is perceived. So, what do you think about that? What do you think that's symbolizing? I read a path working once where it's not just an inmate, but it's actually a king, a royal king in this prison. There's nothing in there but a bed and a toilet, I guess. And there's a window, a barred window. It's like high, it's out of the way. So you got to kind of pull yourself up, right? It's uncomfortable, obnoxious, but you pull yourself up and you're looking out. You can see the gate, you see the scaffold, and in the distance, you see a bright light. And it's almost like that light is calling you, pulling you, and you're pulling it. They're coming together. And as you're drawn to the light, there's a fusion. What do you think that symbolizes? The best way to understand this path is by analogy with the experiences of the soul on the desert path. On that path, the soul learns how to be alone, how to develop its own vertical contacts, to be dependent upon nothing save those contacts with the evolutionary personality, and through them, with the hierarchy on the inner planes. So, nothing to rely on here except the symbols and the meanings that you've given them. The symbols in your life and the meanings that you've given them. And hopefully, you've opened up some of those symbols to receive new meaning from outside of your sphere of influence. Knowledge you can't get from college. Would you say that the king being imprisoned is a lot like consciousness experiencing incarnation through matter? And the only way out of that prison cell is through the light? By switching its attachment, its identification from being identified with that body and that cell to now being identified with light? It takes a different order of consciousness, right? You have to make a quantum leap with your understanding. That's why this is actually a path working for that secret path. This is the path working for that secret path. To recognize that even though you are the king, you are in a prison cell. And you have to go out of your way to lift yourself up to the window. And it's uncomfortable. It's not comfortable. You're having to hold yourself up there, stare out into the distance, You see this light, and you stare at this light, and you become one with the light. That's the path working for Daath. So, in order to understand those things, the incarnationary personality, the lower self, goes through a very strict and astringent discipline. When it seems that all things needed by the incarnationary personality are withdrawn from it, right? In order to understand these things, the lower self goes through a very strict discipline when it seems like everything that you need is withdrawn from you, is taken away from you, till by virtue of its contacts, it learns to be dependent on no outside thing at all. You hit rock bottom and you pull yourself back up by reshaping the definitions you've given to your beliefs, reshaping your beliefs and the definitions you've given to the symbols of your world. On the path to Daath, all these processes are reversed, and the soul goes forth from condemned cell to learn not how to be alone, but how to be one with all life. And that is the inner core of the great reversal. Oh my goodness. Of the great reversal between these two paths. On the desert path, the soul comes face to face with its own shadow, its dweller on the threshold, and begins to absorb it. And the viewpoint changes from that of the incarnationary personality, the lower self, to that of the evolutionary personality, the higher self. On the secret path, the fully developed and mature incarnationary personality comes face to face with that being who is the sum total of all his evolutionary experiences and is himself absorbed by it, becoming one with a greater whole, knowing no longer any separation or division. That's exactly what we talked about with the prism and the colors, right? You used to be red, and you have your friend over here yellow, and your friend over here blue, and your enemy over here orange, and then there's purple over there. You got all these different colors, right? Individuals. But if you withdraw back up into that prism and come out of it, right? Now you're the white light, and the white light is not just red, but also all those other colors, all as one. So all of your individual experiences now put together, and it creates a new and greater experience, right? So take that, the prism. It's the same thing that's happening right here. On the secret path, the fully developed and mature incarnationary personality, lower self, comes face to face with that being. You come face to face with that white light. You come face to face with that being who is the sum total of all his evolutionary experiences and is himself absorbed by it. So now you are the red becoming absorbed by the white, becoming one with a greater whole, knowing no longer any separation or division. It's a different order of consciousness. See, before you knew what red consciousness was like. Now you know what total consciousness is like. And what is total consciousness? It's red consciousness plus blue consciousness plus all the other consciousness. And when they're all put together, there is a realization of new patterns, new meanings. You can see the story from a different angle. So the combined white light isn't just the addition of the others, it's greater than the others. It's above and beyond the others because it can see the whole picture. Framestar Film says Dark Side of the Moon album cover is a yantra. That image always comes up for me whenever I talk about a prism. In order to complete that process, the fully developed and mature soul goes through a strict discipline, again, in an opposite manner to that on the desert path. It is a discipline of the white Isis, not of the black Isis. And its secret lies in the need for the soul to gather all aspects of itself together and to propel itself towards the greater self waiting to take that soul into itself. The nature of this path is, too, something of a paradox. For if the incarnationary personality has not realized the nature of its just dues, if it be unfulfilled in any way, the process of fusion with greater self cannot be accomplished. But the dues of the incarnationary personality at this time have to be exactly just and exactly administered. Remember what I mentioned? I said that according to according to karma yoga, the soul itself, that higher self, it has a load of karma. And when it pushes out an incarnation, when it pushes out an individual life, that life is given a certain percentage of that karma to work out. So that one soul has multiple incarnations, multiple people and things. And their purpose is to harmonize karma. That's what they do. None given too much, none given too little. None given too much, none given too little. So there must be exercised an exact degree of balance between conservation of energy and the just dues. For should the balance be upset, wait, let me go back. The nature of this path is too something of a paradox. For if the incarnationary personality, the lower self, has not realized the nature of its just dues, the karma, the imbalance, if it be unfulfilled in any way, the process of fusion with the greater self cannot be accomplished. But the dues of the incarnationary personality at this time have to be exactly just and exactly administered. There must be exercised an exact degree of balance between the conservation of energy and these just dues. For should the balance be upset, either from the withdrawal of too much force from the incarnationary personality or from excess of just dues, the process of fusion is delayed. So, what does that mean? That means that your task as an incarnationary personality, as a lower self, is to learn how to see and live in a sattvic way, to learn how to see and live in a harmonized way, right? So here's the thing about sattva, it's not about attaining or getting anything or even losing anything. It's not about joining a group or performing any specific task. It's literally about being aware of the forces at play in your life and harmonizing them so that they come to a balance. Now, in order to do that, you're going to have to move out of the way. You're going to have to balance yourself first. That means the excessive attraction and the excessive repulsion has to come to a harmony, not eliminated, to a harmony. Until that happens, you'll have to continue the process of attempting to harmonize that karma. It's not about paying in punishment and it's not about reaping a reward. It's about completely alchemizing your frame, your perspective, to something that is extremely harmonious with everything else in your environment, everything else in your life, your inner and outer environment. I hope that makes sense. The fully developed incarnationary personality is then, in time, fused with its greater self. All the experience of the soul up to that time is devoted to bringing about that fusion, to becoming. After that point, there is no further process of becoming, for that soul is. So once all the different incarnations have harmonized their karma, now the soul becomes it. Because before it's experiencing potentialities. That's why I call the soul a potentiality, because it's a collection of emanations and individuals who are processing their individual karma. But once all of it has been harmonized and balanced, the soul now becomes itself. So it no longer needs to incarnate. It no longer needs to manifest down into Malkuth. The soul in Daath reaches the full stature of his evolutionary development. He also attains to perfect free will, and there he is faced with the final choice of whether he will relinquish the fruits of his achievement to work for humanity in cooperation with the hierarchy on the inner planes, or whether he will go on to his rest. And the choice is one of the most absolute free will. It is absolute because should such a soul choose with his head to work with the hierarchy and to serve the racial soul, but not with his heart, then nothing could keep that soul on the physical plane in a position where he could work with the masters. So the decision whether to stay behind and help or to transcend on, that's not really something that you can lie about. It's either going to be a yes or a no. Zero. Peace and greetings. Peace, peace. Learning how to swim. The factor that determines such a tremendous decision is compassion, as against solitary bliss. These are very many souls who have gone on. There are many, very many souls who have gone on, entering into that state of solitary bliss called nirvana in the East. There are equally many others who have given up that rest to work for their younger brethren. It is, however, the end of individual strife. For he who chooses to work for humanity strives in turn for it, not for himself. All conflict within himself ceases. See, and that's what I mean by coming to a sattvic state within yourself, within your perspective, right? He said that all conflict within himself ceases. He is aware only of the eternal conflict of and suffering of life being made one with it. So a lot of this shadow work isn't just so you can be happy and stop being upset. It's mainly about neutralizing or harmonizing the conflict within yourself. Neutralizing and harmonizing that conflict within yourself. And sometimes we have to really dig up memories and uproot uh, deep held beliefs. The process keeps going until it's done. I'm still uprooting deeply held beliefs about myself that I missed. But that's really what we're here to do. And that's really how you heal and neutralize your karma. Not by doing good deeds, By harmonizing yourself, by coming into balance with yourself, with your thoughts, with your emotions, with your beliefs, with how you interact with the world, your experience must convert to an experience of sattva, of balance, not donating to the poor. I mean, you can do that if you're compelled to do that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But I'm saying that's not what this whole karma thing is about. Joe says, I've been doing a little things with this moon, haha. Yeah, this is a powerful pink moon. Very powerful. Louis says, you've always reminded me of the G-Man from Half-Life. I'm not familiar. I never did get into the to Half-Life. I'll have to look him up. ACW, peace. Welcome, welcome. Zero says, I can notice how that conflict sometimes is higher, sometimes lower. Hey, whenever it's noticed, right, chase it, process it, analyze it, seek to find a balance. It's not about fighting or eliminating or going to war. Whenever you feel resistance and conflict, observe it. The soul then, having made its choice, which is first of all an inner choice, the second thing, which is considered the case of those who choose to work with the masters, is whether such a one works with the hierarchy entirely on inner planes or stays on the physical plane in a shell like physical condition, working in cooperation with the inner planes. Hmm. If it is desired that the soul should remain in this degree of incarnation, the right conditions for its work must be present when the choice is made, the two things working in conjunction. The work itself could not keep such a soul on the physical plane unless the conditions were present in which that work could be executed. It has been said, Daath is the sphere which holds the esoteric secrets of the tree in each Sephirah. The secret significance of Earth's redemption and the development is hidden in the Daath of Malkuth. This refers not only to the appearances of the Christ force, but also to the evolution of the planetary guide, a being halfway in grade between Adonai and Sandalphon. Sanat Kumara is the archetype of esoterically evolved man, and there is little said about him in the Western tradition. Indeed, if the Jews knew of remote and powerful beings under God, they called them all angels or devils indiscriminately to protect the monotheistic system from the possibility of errors of misunderstanding. See, there's a reason for that. We all talk about how Christianity demonized other gods and this, that, and a third. Well, history is long and it didn't exactly happen so cut and dry like that. When you have a system, right, like Christianity is a system has to have all working parts in order for it to work. All the forces that are acknowledged and observed must be accounted for, they must be symbolized. So the human consciousness can work with those symbols and move within that frame, within that paradigm, within that system. Just like with with English language, right? It contains 26 letters of the alphabet. Those are all the necessary letters that we need to produce any word, right? So words are built off of them, paragraphs and books and hell, all this right here, so that we can communicate. It's a system. Now, we don't go around adding all type of Chinese letters and Japanese letters and stuff because that would taint the system, that would disrupt the system that we have here. Just like the periodic table of elements, right? Those are all the different forces that we've observed and symbolized them. So we work within that paradigm to create new concoctions, to build things, to understand what works and what doesn't. We're all within that system. Likewise, Christianity and every other religion is a system, and they have accounted for all the different forces that exist that the system deems useful and appropriate, and given them labels and symbols to work with. That's the exact reason why every mythology across the planet has the same forces, just different names, just different symbols. Because there are only the forces that exist. Like there's no, these are the forces that we as human beings have encountered, and we symbolize them. This is what we do. So America is a system. Europe is a system. Every country is a system. And within that system, we've symbolized the forces that exist so that we can work with them. So thou shalt not have any other gods before me. Christianity does acknowledge the symbols of other forces, but it puts them all into one lump category so it doesn't disrupt the balance of the rest of the system. Halfway in grade between Adonai and Sandalphon. Samat Kumara. Yeah, so God, they call them all angels or devils indiscriminately to protect the monotheistic system from the possibility of errors of misunderstanding. In Daath is realized the understanding of and unity with the rest of the Sephirah on the tree. It is the throne where the Ancient of Days does sit. But this throne is a state and not an object. As are all thrones, such as the throne of Isis, etc. So lock that in. The thrones that are spoken of in Kabbalah symbology, the throne is not an object, it's a state. So just like we've been talking about Daath and the prism, and how once the red goes back up into the prism and joins the white, it now becomes something greater than the sum of its parts. So it's not just red plus everyone else, it is the understanding of the experience of red and everything else. And that understanding makes for a new entity, a different order of consciousness. Just like if I was over here, say I was building a part and you're building a part over here and you're building a part over here, but it turns out that we were all hired by the same contractor. And when we put all our parts together, it becomes something greater than our individual labor, right? We were all developing a piece of something separately without the other's knowledge, but when it all came together, it proved to be something greater. Likewise, Daath represents all the Sephiroth as one, an understanding of that, or I should say, of the knowledge of all the Sephiroth as one, all the different colors reabsorbed into the white. So Daath is realized the understanding of and unity with the rest of the Sephiroth on the tree, right there. It is the throne where the Ancient of Days does sit. But this throne is a state and not an object. It's a state, it's not an object. Daath is nothing vague. Daath is that mind which is clear, simple, and certain, and which links and understands both sides of the abyss. The genuine mystic holds in his hand a clear cut realization of the various potencies shown on the tree of life and of their unity with God and with himself. So understand that Daath is not confusion. Daath is not mystery. I used to think that Daath was mystery. No, Daath is supreme clarity. Daath is all knowledge together. It is the big picture. Daath is the big picture. It's also not a Sephiroth, but it's a state. That's why Daath is right there after Binah, right after that upper triad, after the three gunas in their pure state, transitioning into Chesed. When the light becomes fractioned out into colors. Ilah says, Atik Yomin, Ancient of Days. Daath conjoins a second time Hakma and Binah, which are first united in Kether. Hmm. The situation of Daath is between Hakma and Binah, and it is upon the abyss which separates the supernals from the rest of the tree of life, and which separates the vast powers of eternity from practically all that the human mind can conceive or know at all. Hmm. Daath represents the unity which links the supernal triangle with its manifestation, the mind of God working through man and evolution. Again, Daath, that's the big picture. Daath is the contractor who hired individual workers to do their part, but they don't know what the other is doing. They don't even know that they're all on the same team. Daath knows that they're on the same team and knows what's being built. The individual laborers don't. They only know their part. So, this is what is meant by the mind of God working through man and evolution. The mind of God understands, but us as players and pawns in the game, we don't see the full picture. Here, the balance and realization and absorption of these potencies meet together in the light of the abstract mind. Thus, it is said, in death are the conclaves assembled. Hokmah and Binah unite in Daath in a sense of supreme divinity, which is impossible to describe. Above all, Daath is a realization in its supremest meaning, understanding united with knowledge, and bringing forth within the human mind, at its most abstract level, a complete awareness of all. In such a complete awareness, the human mind is absorbed within the eternal mind and is made one with it. Daath represents, therefore, the supreme wisdom and supreme power of realization. Okay, so Daath represents the supreme wisdom and supreme power of realization. How? Because the individual is now becoming one with the all. It's kind of like you becoming one with your soul, but see, now the soul has other incarnations too, and they all got to come home. So all the incarnations come back together in that soul. It is now the soul and all of its understanding of its different incarnations. Now the soul comes to know the bigger plan, comes to know the mind of God, comes to see its part in the puzzle and the whole puzzle itself. So this is like two levels above, hell, three levels above the conscious mind. The Great Father and the Great Mother unite and manifest, not only on far off planes, but in the spiritual sphere of every plane, and in the knowledge of supreme balance and justice, accuracy and truth, without fail, lies Daath. Of the elements, the Father of fire and the Mother of water are united in and manifested through Daath. They are neither united nor manifested in the same manner or degree when, lower down the scale of the tree, Hod and Netzach unite within a very great forest of adepthood. Other aspects of Daath. Within each of the Sephirah, there is a tree in miniature, and in these 10 miniature trees, there is a Daath. Until the student has been in contact with the Daath of each Sephirah, he does not know that Sephirah absolutely, right? Because Daath contains all the knowledge, not just from now, but from the deep, deep eons of the past. Think about Prometheus and everything that he went through before giving fire to man. Prometheus is, we could say, an avatar of Daath, a symbol of Daath. Zero says it's possible that a soul have different physical bodies and meet each other to do a more wide job in the simulation. It is possible, and hell, it's likely. At this point in the game, I don't really have a way to verify that for myself, so I kind of just leave it as a possibility. It could be that everyone in your specific life is an incarnation of your soul, right? All interacting together. That would make sense. Or it could be that the soul kind of, not randomly, but puts out incarnations in different times and different places. Like I said, I haven't figured out a way to know that, so I kind of just leave that one as a possibility. Other aspects of Daath. All right, yeah. So within each of the Sephirah, there is a tree in miniature, and in these 10 miniature trees, there is a Daath. Until the student has been in contact with the Daath of each Sephirah, he does not know that Sephirah absolutely. There is, for example, a Daath in Malkuth, and when it is contacted, there is realization of the smallest waves and atoms and their meaning and interrelationship, not only with Malkuth, but with the whole, which realization would not be possible without this contact. I wonder what team tapped into Daath to pull out the periodic table, right? Because look, the Daath and Malkuth, when it's contacted, there is a realization of what? The smallest waves and atoms and their meaning and interrelationship. Not only with Malkuth, but with the whole, which realization would not be possible without this contact. The same applies to the other Sephirah, and where there is an effort to realize balance and justice, help may be obtained through contact with Daath, insofar as the student is able to make it. For by this means, for some degree of realization of justice is bound to come if the desire for it be deep and sincere. Thus, as regards man, Daath is the supreme realization. As regards universal things, it may be visualized under the symbol of the mind of God. Daath may be considered as aligned with the workings of the mind of God. It can therefore be imagined that when the human mind, in its abstract level, masters some kind of contact with the supernal mind, there will follow realization of some kind and awareness in some very deep manner. Yes, yes, yes. The supernal revelations of ancient times, which have come to great adepts and through them to the race, have been received through contact with Daath. This is where you go when you want to get that universal knowledge, that information that doesn't depend on what year it is, what country it is, what race, gender, culture. Contact with Daath. See, and that's the thing, right? You've got to be precise with it. But that depends on the harmony of the arrangement of your mental structure. The harmony of the arrangement of your mental structure. That's what's going to dictate what you pull out of working with a force like this. If the mental framework is imbalanced, or remember when I just talked about systems, I said that, like, say, the Christian system, it's a whole system, and it makes room for all the different forces of the cosmos, and it gives them titles and labels and symbols. Well, your mind has a system as well, right? Your mind, your antakarana, remember that? Buddhi, ahamkara, chitta, manas. Your inner instrument has a system as well. And every symbol that you use to explain the world to you, that is your mythology. Every symbol represents a different force. And if your system is structured well, meaning that there's no loose ends, there's no gray areas, there's no confusion, everything works smoothly with itself. If it's a well-oiled machine, you can contact states of consciousness like this and come back with something useful and appropriate. But if your system isn't balanced and it has cracks and it's faulty somewhere, if it's unhealed, if there's fears, all that stuff is going to come through. Honestly, with any force you channel, with any force you come into contact with, it's gonna prove and expose those cracks and those imbalances in your structure. So that's why it's so important to do the shadow work. It's so important to understand non-attachment. It's so important to be as sattvic as possible, as balanced as possible, as harmonious with yourself and your environment as possible. Oh snap. Framestar said, after your periodic table presentation, I thought about how it could be used for creating sigils like the line you draw on a magic square. Some Daath incentive right there, methinks. Yeah, yeah, man. So see, yeah, you could create a sigil based on your inner meanings and definitions of those elements, of those symbols, what they would represent to you, those elemental forces. You could draw a sigil and you could allow that to open up a space for some type of new force to possess that sigil, because it wouldn't really be associated with anything else that you know of. That would definitely work. So yeah, thus as regards man, Daath is the supreme realization. As regards universal things, it may be visualized under the symbol of the mind of God. Daath may be considered as aligned with the workings of the mind of God. It can therefore be imagined that when the human mind, in its abstract level, masters some kind of contact with the supernal mind, there will follow realization of some kind and awareness in some very deep manner. The supernal revelations of ancient times, which have come to great adepts, and through them to the race, have been received through contact with Daath. The Daath power tends to upset previous conditions, whether of body or mind. It is not so much disruptive as it is balancing. It may be said that the soul really has to set sail on the limitless ocean, and for this certain spiritual forces as ballast must be taken on board. Such ballasting material as is necessary will allow of less and less room for the personal life as such. Hmm. Hmm. Gotta make a choice eventually, right? As in every sphere on the tree, so connected with Doth, there are great and sometimes unnameable beings. There is, for example, a special connection with the dark and secret sides of Gabriel and Uriel. There is a dark side and a bright side to Doth. A dark and secret side which appertains to the subconscious workings of God and to the past. A bright, positive side related to the supernal planning of the whole universe and to the future. It should be realized, however, that only metaphor can be used when describing the Doth conditions and states of consciousness. The power of eternity, the great movement of the mind of God, is all involved in this strange, terrible, and yet beautiful sphere, which holds all knowledge within it. But it is equally important to think of Thoth not only as the sphere of knowledge, but as the sphere of realization as far as the human mind is concerned. And realization is not always clearly enough understood. Realization at its greatest height is illumination. So look, when they talk about illumination, when they talk about realization and Doth, remember that metaphor of the prism, the red light rejoining the other colors and becoming the white light. That's that realization. Because before, when you were the red light, you only realized red reality. But when that red light goes back into the prism, and so do the other colors, and they join together, they share their experiences. Now it's aware of a much greater reality than just a red light reality. It is now aware of all the colors reality and how they fit together in the bigger picture. That's a completely different order of consciousness. So when we talk about realization, we're talking about that kind of thing. Imagine you as an individual person, but now you become back absorbed into your higher self and you see that this wasn't about just you. There were many other incarnations, hell, maybe countless, all performing their own version of what you're doing. You can only see your reality here, just like the red color could only see red reality. But once that red joined back through the prism with the other colors, it saw the much bigger picture. And you'll see the much bigger picture when you have connection with your soul. That's what is referred to. That type of thing is what's referred to when they say realization. Daath Yasad magical circuit. As is well known, Daath and Yesod are the terminals of the magical circuit. Daath is the terminal with Yesod of the magical line of power in which cosmic awareness is brought into etheric expression that it may, through the lunar aura, be reflected on the plane of Earth, and thus, in some degree, be realized by students. Those great beings who have brought through the mind of God into the mind of man are, in that sense, initiates of Daath. Christian Rosenkreutz, Enoch, Hermes Trismegistus, and others. Daath is also a reflection of Kether, and the main pole of inner plane consciousness runs from Yesod to Daath. A reflection of the four holy living creatures is in Daath, and equally a connection with the four archangels of the cardinal points. Daath represents also the perfection, the reflection of the three veils of negative existence. Wow. The three veils of negative existence, which hang behind not only the tree as a whole, but also behind the Kether in each Sephirah. There is a round table in Daath, just as there is a grail for these two symbols are of great concepts. The one referring to the individual, the other to the group. It is in Daath that the logoidal meditation takes place, and from Daath, the supernal forces are brought across the abyss into the form of abstract knowledge. The supernal forces, that's the upper triad. The supernal forces are the gunas. The supernal forces are pure sattva, pure rajas, and pure tamas. The supernal forces are macrocosmic sattva, rajas, and tamas. The absolute pure force of of positive, negative, and balance. Those pure forces are brought across the abyss into the form of abstract knowledge. The gunas speak to us. Daath is, of course, very far removed from what is often miscalled mysticism, that false, vague denominator of transcendental matters. Daath is nothing vague. It is that mind which is clear, simple, and represents the unity which links the principles, i.e., the supernal triangle, with their manifestation. The mind of God working through man and evolution. We are here considering, as with all the Sephirah in Malkuth. So again, when you see this, the mind of God working through man and evolution, what that's talking about is, that's like I said, the contractor hiring all these different workers to build something. Each one of them builds their own individual thing. They don't know about each other, right? They don't know about each other. But the contractor, the one that hired them all, the mind of God, he has this plan, right? When all these parts are built and they come together, they create something much bigger than any of those individual workers could have fathomed. So when it talks about the mind of God working through man, that's what it is. Each one of us are moving and operating, carrying out and performing whatever tasks the soul has for us. Individual colors split through the prism. Chesed. The virtue of Chesed, obedience, means acceptance of the law, not because of obligation or fear, but because man knows himself as a part of the law. Check that out. Obedience, right? When we think of obedience, some of us think of that with a negative connotation. But no, this kind of obedience, the virtue from Chesed, it's acceptance of the law, not because you have to or you're afraid of punishment, but because you know yourself and you know that you are a part of a bigger system. And the system works when you, what do they say, stay in your lane? When you do what you're supposed to do, when you're being exactly what you're supposed to be. That's the obedience. Geburah. Geburah is the sphere wherein an individual enters upon or turns aside from the path to achievement. It shows the joint action of the pillars of energy and endurance, perhaps more clearly than any other sphere. There are souls which can face a terrible death in some religious, dynamic, or other cause. This is a sharp Geburah action. But there is also the routine side of Geburah, which is liable to be underestimated. This side is symbolized not by the sharp sword so much as by the scourge, which lashes to continuous action, and the chain, which holds captive through great stretches of time and prevents any escape. Fury and fear are so often associated with the Holy Fifth Sephirah that the constant vigilance and control of its continuous working are often overlooked. This latter might be described as the steady side of Geburah, which needs not only the drive of the will, but also the detached observation and understanding. Geburah often has sharp and quick workings, but its slowness is one of its most potent methods. The poetical extract, which has become a saying, through the mills of God grind, though the mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceeding small. Though with patience he stands waiting, with exactness grinds he all. Is very sound and also contains a reference to the endurance of God, his patience. Erasmus has the same idea in his Cero Molunt Theorem Mole. The vision of the beauty triumphant, that's Netzach. So now we're on Netzach. The vision of the beauty triumphant is the realization of achieved perfection, such as God had when he found his work was good and rested on the seventh day. This vision is the achievement of all in perfection. With man, such realization can come only after the sacrifice of Tifereth, and he will have to overthrow all the false ideals of beauty and peace before this triumph. He must have victory over the false ideals evolved since and because of the fall. Some usually accepted notions of Venus Aphrodite are responsible for some of these false ideals. The vision should really be of the triumph of truth and law. So the vision of beauty triumphant, right? It's not a beautiful person or a beautiful scenery or anything like that. It's the beauty of the triumph of truth, the beauty of truth winning. Not even winning, but truth shining radiantly, truth being self evident. The gods are emanations of the One, seen as aspects of Adonai through the lens of racial feeling, and are often, in actuality, real beings who were in remote times racial guides and leaders, and who have been built up into forms by racial memory. Their forces can be real enough if used with skill and potency even today. Netzach might be described in one aspect as the sphere of romance. Romance contains the beauty of and victory after strife, the fierceness and force of opposing circumstances which make tragedy the glory of fighting overwhelming odds and overcoming them. Netzach is also the sphere of fairy, of gods, and of certain nature spirits of great power, as well as of great beauty. Those fairies are serious business. Let me tell you, this is not no Disney Channel. The title given to Netzach is Firmness, is a realization of the Netzach necessities. Netzach refers to relatedness, and this should be firm, stable, and not confused, so that each relationship, whether referring to people or things, is in its right place. It is the formula of the many which are one. The disorderliness of Netzach is very usual and well known. That disorderliness which leads to the particular vices of that Sephirah. Yet Netzach has its own type of order, an orderliness which does not become confused and unstable with the many aspects, but draws them together, not separates, makes the many into the one. There is meant to be order in the green ray. It is wrong delineation of Netzach which brings about confused and over exuberant aspects. All right, let's look at Hod, the Mercury sphere. Hod is the sphere of truth, but there is also, as in all Sephirah below the supernal triad, when expressed in the microcosm, the adverse conditions, trickery, and falsehood. We have to remember that these untoward or adverse qualities are usually shown in the God form of the planet associated with each Sephirah, not the pure or divine state of the Sephirah. Hod is the sphere of truth, and of those who know it, and equally of those who distort it. The truth is crystal clear so that one does not see a mere reflection, but can look down through it into the depths beneath. It is the sphere of the wise men and wise women of history and romance, some of whom worked with truth and some of whom distorted truth. The Sephirah Hod is the basal station of the pillar of severity, even as Binah is the apical station. No Sephirah can ever be considered by itself, for it stands in terms of relationship, evolutionary and functional, to other Sephirah according to circumstances. In considering problems arising in the sphere of severity, the pillar of severity as a whole must be taken into account. The function of the Sephirah Binah is, however, of so abstract and universal a nature that it does not require separate consideration when practical applications are under discussion. It represents forces of stability and inertia and is the basis of all organization. It reflects into Chesed and thence into Hod, whereas Chokmah, the dynamic factor, reflects into Geburah and thence into Netzach, thus imparting to the central Sephirah of the pillar of severity its dynamic aspect. Hod is a many sided Sephirah, as is indicated by the symbolic form of a hermaphrodite attributed to it. It is associated with Hermes, who lent his sandals, and Pallas Athene, who lent her shield, to Perseus for the slaying of the Gorgon in the name of justice, by which myth we may discern the nature of its connection with Geburah. The winged sandals lent the swiftness of thought to the feet of the hero, and in the polished shield he saw reflected as in a mirror the deadly head of the Gorgon, thus sustaining no harm from her glance. Hod, or Mercury, represents the human mind, For evolution has advanced up the tree through its sphere, thus causing it to become organized in terms of consciousness. It is therefore no formless sphere of force, as is Geburah, but a sphere wherein mind operates in terms of that consciousness developed in Malkuth. Yesod. Yesod has the substance of water and the moon, and yet is aligned with great force and strength. Yesod is rightly called the machinery of the universe. There is behind all outer appearances an inner mechanism which never fails and which works on its own laws. The forces of regeneration as well as of generation are at work within the machinery of the universe, and the foundations of the holy city as well as of the earth may be thought of as in Yesod. The foundations do not alter, but the structure alters from age to age. You see that? The foundations do not alter, but the structure alters from age to age, even in the mundane sense. For more and more of the etheric atmosphere is drawn into the arena of Yesod, atmosphere of such different tensions and uses that the appearances may seem to vary, and man and his nature display cyclic differences as time goes on. The same type of mechanism also works behind the body of man. In this present age, scientists are beginning to recognize that there are forces working within man which cannot be seen or assessed by the physical eye or the physical ear. It is on the knowledge of these laws that it is on the knowledge of these laws behind man, the more intimate knowledge of the human unseen mechanics, that the Aquarian healing will be built and has already begun to be shown in various ways. Forces which work in the mind of man affect his body. By thoroughly understanding these laws working in the mind of man, his body can be helped if it gets sick in any way. A better form of working in this sense is to put a man in touch with his own mechanism, and it is the knowledge of that which more and more can influence the new type of healing. Bobby Hemmett and peach soda, literally the perfect example of that. It was never about the peach soda, it was about the context of changing a symbol and changing the meaning of that symbol. That's what it was. That's all that magic is. You must understand that. Symbols, all of reality is a symbol, like everything you see, everything that you conceptualize, hear, taste, touch, smell, everything is a symbol. And each and every symbol, you have a meaning, you have a definition, you have a belief. That is your world. That is the illusion of Maya. That's the world that you've created. Now, if you want to change that, right, which you can, you've got to alter the symbols and alter the meaning. Once you do that, you inevitably get a different result. Don't just hear what I'm saying, try it. Change the definite. And here, what's a good way to start? Look at the things that hurt you. Look at the things that make you feel bad, right? Um, I don't know. You might not be happy about your appearance in the mirror. You might not be happy about your belly, or you might have a mole on your face, or I don't know. There might be something that you don't like about yourself. Look, it's a symbol. It's a symbol and it has a meaning, right? The big belly has a meaning, it has a belief behind it. The mole on your face has a belief behind it. Every time you see it, you immediately trigger that belief, which produces a force to arise in your consciousness. And guess what? It affects your body too, and your behavior. It affects everything. Every time you see that thing that you don't like, you pull up that belief, and it affects the rest of your day every single time. What would happen if you just stopped and changed the definition of that symbol? What if you changed it into something that helped you instead of hurt you? What if you changed the meaning of that mole on your face, the belly, into something that adds to you, that builds you, that fortifies you, that strengthens you? And over time, you change that belief. What do you think would happen? A better form of working in this sense is to put man in touch with his own mechanism, and it is the knowledge of that which more and more can influence the new type of healing. Yasod is also the storehouse of images. Images are of many kinds, and words themselves are only images at best. So all that stuff I just said, we still on the Yasod level. We this ain't even past the Yasod level. Images are of many kinds, and words themselves are only images at best. Equally, there are different kinds of pictures. Take, for example, the images by the hundred of our Lord. Some are ill-conceived, low in perception, yet they may, to some people, bring a strong Christian contact. There are equally great pictures by famous artists. And by the way, look right there. Look what she said. There's thousands of, hell, at this point, millions of pictures of Jesus, right? You could have Jesus in any flavor. But the thing is, even the worst, crappiest potato rendition, there's somebody who cherishes that photo and looks to it as a gateway to divine influence and divine force to enter their life. Symbols and definitions. Whether it's white Jesus, black Jesus, Japanese Jesus, it's a symbol that represents a force. And only a fool will fight over a symbol. Change the meaning and keep it moving. So, there are equally great pictures by famous artists. There are forms of great music which can express our Lord in quite another way. And all these things belong in their final instance to Yesod before they can contact the earth. Yesod is indeed the universal storehouse of images, and there are many symbols which, thought out carefully, have great bearing on these matters. Zero says, "Thank you, Trav. You helped me to realize something and feel really release." I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm happy to be able to assist you with your growth. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, so finally, Malkuth. He who properly understands Malkuth has set his feet firmly on the path of evolution. It can be seen that its titles show that it is the gate or entrance to the supernal contacts, to transmutation and joy. It is the Sephirah of every possibility, but has not yet come to its perfection. Therefore, is the image a young woman, crowned and throned to achieve her full growth as the daughter of the mighty ones. She has still to come to the status of Binah, on whose throne she sits. Remember, a throne is a state. The whole tree is in Malkuth, and Malkuth has a special connection with Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. Awesome. So think about that now. Talking about Malkuth is the princess. Binah is the queen, right? So supposedly, Malkuth is supposed to become the queen. How does that happen? How would that happen? Is Malkuth gonna evolve and become Binah? Well, that's the end of mystical Kabbalah. We have gone through the entire text, the entire whole text. Listen, I know I for certain have arrived at a different order of consciousness in my understanding of Kabbalah after this book study. That is for certain. I have achieved my goal. That's what I wanted. I wanted a much more expansive understanding of Kabbalah. And I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt, I received that. To go back to what I said though, princess here, and there's the queen. Malkuth isn't going to grow up one day to become Binah. We're talking about states of consciousness. The only reason that Malkuth and this princess exists is because spirit is experiencing itself at a very low vibration. That's why. So once spirit realizes itself as what it is, it returns back up here. Because remember, Binah is tamas. Binah is one of the three gunas, which are the three fundamental angles of existence. So really there is no queen. There's no queen. There's no prince. There's no princess. All these, this only exists because this level of consciousness descended in its vibrational state. It went through the process of self-awareness, right? It moved out of unity into being aware of itself, aware of itself. So from one, it became three. The stillness of the three gunas in harmony, now they moved and became three. And because that process was set in motion, right, it doesn't stop. So that becoming three continues to become three. It continues to manifest and produce emanations of self awareness and self reflection. And that's where we get this entire mountain of incomprehensible data that we call the abyss, that we call Daath. Now, somewhere within that infinite illusion of data, somewhere within that infinite matrix of data, there is a soul, right? There is a soul somewhere within that infinite matrix, in that infinite library. Now, that soul is also carrying the original motion of self awareness. And it realizes the importance of maintaining harmony, maintaining balance, maintaining sattva. It has come to that realization. So it does so by expressing emanations, by incarnating, by expressing multiple incarnations and expressions of individual people, plants, trees, dogs, cats, pigs, so that each one of those pieces can go through the process of harmonizing and balancing the original motion, the karma that was set into place. And all that is done in this realm of manifestation, Asaya, Malkuth. And that is what the princess is. It's forever becoming, what's it becoming? It's becoming harmonized. It's becoming sattvic. It will never actually be that because that doesn't happen at this level of vibration, at this rate of vibration. It doesn't happen down here, but it's in the process of doing that, right? See, look, all this is really one thing, but we're seeing it at different levels. At this level, although it seeks harmony and strives for harmony, although that's the intention and the goal, it doesn't actually reach it, not here. So, what does that mean? That means that this soul that is expressing incarnations, right? This spirit that is expressing souls, that is expressing incarnations, it is through that harmony that the soul realized, okay, well, it's going to be useful and appropriate for me to establish harmony. It is through that harmony that this spark of consciousness, this life, this self-awareness, it is through harmony that the self-awareness can return back to the unity. It has to balance and harmonize itself so that it can return to unity. Because if it's not in unity, it's in duality. Rajas and tamas. It's experiencing the pull of rajas and tamas. So until on the human incarnation level we experience harmony, sattva, balance, until we do, the soul can't. And until the soul does, it won't be able to return to unity. That's the fall of man. That's what this is all about. So, by the way, unity exists. It still exists. It's in a different state, right? Binah exists. Tamas in a different state. The awareness has to be brought out of the state of Malkuth, which is eternal processing. It has to be brought out of that state up into the state of harmony, sattva, balance. That's what the middle path is. Bringing that awareness, that consciousness up into a harmonized state. That's what it's doing. So Malkuth, it will always exist, either in potentiality or actuality. It depends on the angle, it depends on the perspective, right? Kether always exists, especially if you're vibrating at that level. Hmm. All right, I hope that's clear. I hope that makes sense. It does to me. It was to me. Zero says, man, this book study was a whole adventure. Beautiful and amazing. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Glad you got something out of it. Hell yeah. It's all about the Sattvic principle, right? There's a lot that you, it's no accident. The Vedic stuff, the Samkhya stuff, it's not a coincidence, man. Like they're all pointing at the same thing. They just go about different ways of explaining it. You don't have to jump through hoops and do all this amazing, burdensome stuff. The quickest path is the path of harmonizing your own life and your own mind. That's how you get there. You harmonize your own experience. You don't have to sacrifice and do this, that, and a third. You've got to harmonize your experience. Because when you are able to harmonize the pull of Raja, the push of Rajas and the pull of Tamas, when you're able to harmonize that, you begin to transcend them, right? You master them. And in doing so, you enter a different order of consciousness. There's steps and layers to enlightenment. Like it's not just, oh, I'm enlightened. is layers to it. Sometimes you can skip a few layers depending on, it's like a one of those locks that you keep turning, right? Depending on how you turn that lock, you might skip a few stages. Some of you might go one at a time, but it's really, really about coming into harmony with these forces and how you categorize them, how you express them, how you channel them, how you communicate with them. You shouldn't be in conflict with yourself. You shouldn't be in conflict with anybody. I say it every time, there are no enemies. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. I'm not just saying that to make you feel good. This has to be understood. Like, you got to see why that's true. It's really not about whatever culture is celebrating right now. That's just that's a distraction. That's a dream. It's a dream. It's not even real. It's all a fabrication. Not only is this world an illusion, but it's also a fabrication. People are selling you, you know, selling you dreams. They're making it look good. Even the lies are lies. But then there's stuff that matters. All right, that's enough. Time to go. Kevin Wise, peace, peace. Cosmic Traveler says, makes sense. Going back being one through a gradual purification process. Yes. Hell yeah. Louis says, beautiful. What book is next? Next, we're doing Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism Part 2. A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism Part 2 by Gareth Knight. And that book is about the paths. We're going to go through the paths, path working. Good stuff. Wayne M., peace and greetings. All right. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned something. Glad to go through this experience and finally bring this to a close. I always love mystical Kabbalah. Maybe we'll come back next time. Thank you for being here. Have a great night. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Peace.